John, are y'all talking? I don't hear any sound.
We were just talking amongst ourselves. We're about to turn on the mic.
Right now, can you hear something? Can you hear me, Debbie?
Somebody's got their speaker. How about that? One of those. Got your seat over.
Your line is center.
Okay, I'm just turning this on.
Can you guys hear us now, Debbie? And if you want to talk to somebody, say something back to us. Miss Carol, I think you're off mute.
I'm off mute.
There you go. We can hear you as well. Turn
I'm
that
off
up.
mute. This is Debbie.
I think that'll work.
I'm off mill. My name is T.
Joe Alvis Quadros.
We don't need everybody. I was just checking with our board members.
Those of you. Those of you that are here for reciprocity, if you would, we've got a couple of quick things to go through, so if you will keep your mute, we will get y'all called up in a few minutes to discuss a few things to get to first. Dr. Mitchell, and when we start, if you'll just do a quick roll call, Dr. Jolly's going to be about 30 minutes late, but we should have everybody else here. So if we start in just a few minutes, we'll just do a quick roll call so we get that on. But we won't force it.
All right, just tell me when.
We'll sit there.
All right, I think we're ready to go.
All right, good morning. I am Becca Mitchell, the president of the State Board of Pharmacy, calling this meeting to order. Present today, we have board member Miss Carol Rader, board member Miss Amy Four, Dr. Rodney Richmond. I'm looking at my Zoom. Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lenora Newsom, who is, I can't see who all is there in person.
Lynn Kraus, Dr. Kraus.
Dr. Kraus, and did I miss anybody?
And then Dr. Jolly should be here shortly.
Got it. We will call the meeting to order and I will turn it over to John and Luke.
First thing we're going to do, we'll start reciprocity at, as soon as we're done with these first couple of things, we have our financials and minutes with Ms. Whitmore.
So, for the financials, this financial report is our total fund balance, which includes our treasury fund, as well as the money management trust fund. That is $2,967,102. Sorry. Okay, I'll say that again. It's $2,967,102. Since July, we have collected $214,031 in revenue, and that will of course increase significantly with renewals opening up at the end of this month. Our renewal cycle is usually opens around November 1st. This year it's going to be for pharmacists and in-state and out-of-state retail pharmacies. I looked at the numbers as of June 30th. There were 6,805 pharmacists and 1,380 facilities that were renewal. That, you know, it has increased a little bit since till June 30th. So that's what I have.
Anybody have any questions about our financials? I will point out one thing you'll see in that graph is we have our kind of sine wave where during renewal season, it spikes and then it kind of wanes off throughout the years. We just have normal application levels and some fines. And if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mitchell for a motion to accept the financials.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, I have Dr. Newsome on the motion and Dr. Mack with a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Minutes.
Okay, so I know we have minutes from the June board meeting as well as the July conference call and then the August hearing. I believe those are the three board meeting, minutes that you have.
Any questions on minutes or comments or corrections?
All right, hearing no comments, do we have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
All right, again, we have Dr. Newsome on the motion and Dr. Mack on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
I think next up we have, Dr. McCray has all of the orders that we have. Is that our things there? Let's see.
It should have been in what, it should have, board members should have a copy of it, should have been in what I sent you.
We have orders for consideration this morning. We have 4 voluntary surrenders. We have no probation consent orders. We have some consent agreements. It looks like we had one organization that had quite a few, and we have 3 additional to that. We also have some investigative costs. Those were people that came to informal hearings and they had non-disciplinary outcomes, and we sent them letters keeping investigative costs. I'm going to let the board members look over these for just a moment, and if we have no questions or concerns, we'll take a motion to approve all of these.
What's that? This is not this tab. Here. We have a paper copy for our members here that the other board members able to see that in your share file.
I'm actually not finding it.
I don't see it either.
Dropbox?
Let me look real quick,
We'll make sure that it may be in Dropbox real quick.
and then I'll send it to you. Real quick.
Basically, the document outlines just what the facilities are, surrenders in lieu of investigation or in lieu of hearing, focus matters that came in based on hearings. We had some change in ownerships, different things like that. Most of it is all non-disciplinary. There are a couple that are disciplinary, and those will be reported to the board. And it is just a one-page document.
Okay. Well, what we'll do is we will scan that to you so we can come back, make sure you guys get a chance to look at that before we take action on that. Looks like it did not upload correctly. So next up, we are a couple of minutes early on reciprocity, but it looks like we've got about 25 people, and I think we should only have about 22, so we can go through the list. We have these split into different groups. The first group has 22 people in it. For all of you that are here for reciprocity, what we'll do is we will call you up in our list alphabetical order. The board is going to want to know the following things: who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. So I'll ask you those questions. If you forget one, we'll prompt you, remind you. The board members have sections of your reciprocity application in front of them that they can access. They may have some questions about the practice setting or your licensure or something like that. As soon as we're done with each person, we'll move on. Please stick around until the end of your group so that we can take a vote on approving your licensure reciprocity applications. So first off, we have last name On, A-N. On here, if you can unmute and talk to us.
Good morning. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Sion. I also go by Jasmine On. And let me see. So I'm originally from California is where I grew up. And then I completed my pharmacy school in Boston, Massachusetts at Northeastern University. And I completed my PGY1 also in Massachusetts at Bay State Medical Center. And the reason why I'm going through the reciprocity process at Arkansas is I'm currently doing PGY2 residency training here at UAMS College of Pharmacy in geriatrics.
And who's your residency preceptor?
Lisa Hutchison.
Any questions for Jasmine? All right, next up we have Rebecca Arnold.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Arnold. I am from Roanoke, Virginia. I went to Campbell University for pharmacy school, and I'm getting my license in Arkansas because I will be working for a company who will be doing remote order verification.
And which company are you going to be working for?
It's APC, Advanced Pharmaceutical Consultants, based out of Miami, Florida.
And in your setting, are you working from home or is it a brick and mortar central location?
Working from home.
Any questions for Dr. Arnold? All right, next up I have Caleb Benetone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry about that. Had a hard time finding the mute button. All right, my name is Caleb Benetone. I am from Illinois. I live in Oklahoma now, though, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I went to school at St. Louis College of Pharmacy. I think they have a different name now, but I refuse to accept it. And I want a license in Arkansas because I work at the nuclear pharmacy in Tulsa, Oklahoma, PetNet. And our biggest customer is in Arkansas, actually, a few hospitals. So it just makes sense to have a license in the state where a large amount of our prescriptions are fulfilled, and also to be a backup PIC.
Any questions for Dr. Benetone? All right, seeing none. Andrew DiDonato. I will try again. I don't see Andrew on screen. I'll check my participants. Hey, I do not see him on here, so I will mark that and we'll come back and check again later. Michael Brancato.
Hi there, good morning. My name is Michael Brancato. I currently live in Indianapolis, Indiana. I went to pharmacy school at the University of Toledo in Ohio. I'm getting a license because I work for Amazon Pharmacy here in Indianapolis, and I'm doing it for license redundancy, so we have multiple licenses in the state.
Any questions for him? Okay. All right, next up I have Kaylee Burnine. Kaylee on with us today? I do not see her in our list. I'll come back and check that later. Ann Cito or Cito.
Yes, my name's Ann Seto. I live here in Little Rock. I'm a resident at the VA. I'm applying for licensure because I'm a PGY2, and a part of my residency is doing a longitudinal rotation over at UAMS. And so that's why I'm applying.
And who's your residency director?
Michael Chandler.
Okay, so you're doing pain management, palliative care?
Yes, sir.
Deal. Any questions for Ms. Seto? All right, Brian Ciervo.
Brian, you need to unmute.
Yeah.
You're still muted.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Brian Ciervo, I'm a pharmacist in Florida. I work for United Healthcare OptumRx mail order, and I'm looking for licensure to be the backup to my pick here at our facility in Oviedo, Florida.
Any questions for Ciervo? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to James Cooksley.
Well, hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, hi. Yeah, my name's James Cooksley. I'm a pharmacist. I'm located in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Texas. Work for a company called RX Crossroads by McKesson. We're a specialty pharmacy. We primarily work patient assistance programs. And essentially, I'm applying for licensure to Arkansas for redundancy on our end to have to have a few licenses.
Any questions for Dr. Cooksley? Okay. Joelvis Quadros.
Good morning. My name is Joelvis Quadros. I was born in New York, Queens, New York, raised in Florida. I graduated from Nova Southeastern University, class of 2019. I currently work for Amazon Pharmacy, and I'm acquiring license in Arkansas as backup to my PIC.
Any questions for Dr. Quadros? See none. Paula Cullen, let's see if your audio is working out, Ms. Cullen. No, we cannot hear you. I can see you. I can see your lips moving.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I am originally from Illinois. I was most recently licensed in Louisiana, graduated from the St. Louis College of Pharmacy, and I am just requesting licensure in Arkansas because we had to move for my husband's job. So I follow him.
And it looks like you're working for Walgreens now?
Correct.
Any questions for Dr. Cullen? All right, see none. Let's see. Hi, Dane.
Hi, my name is T. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is T. I'm a pharmacist, currently a PGY1 in Watley Regional Medical Center in Texarkana, Texas. I graduated from University of Missouri, Kansas City in 2019. And then since I'm currently in PGY1 in Texarkana, Texas, and they have the clinic in Arkansas, that's why they require for the Arkansas license. And my residency director is Amanda Needham.
Questions? See none. Is that Annie or Ani Darbagossian?
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Ani Darbagosian. I currently live in Fresno, California. I graduated from Western University of Health Sciences, and I'm seeking licensure because I'll be the pick for Medvantx mail order pharmacy here in California.
Any questions for her? See none. Radhika Dadak?
Yes, hi, my name is Radhika Duduk. I currently live in Parsippany, New Jersey. I work at Lehman Specialty Pharmacy in Bronx, New York, and I'm currently seeking for a licensure in order to serve to patients in Arkansas.
Any questions for her? Okay. Sarah Dominic?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Sarah Dominic. I grew up in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I'm a graduate of the University of Texas at Tyler College of Pharmacy, class of 2019. I practice pharmacy at an independent community pharmacy in Longview, Texas, called Lewis Morgan Drugs No. 4. And my main reason for seeking licensure in Arkansas is to hopefully in the near future move back to my home state and practice pharmacy in Arkansas.
We hear there's some openings in the Fort Smith area right now.
That is fantastic news to hear.
Welcome home.
Yeah. I won't be surprised if we have somebody asking for your contact information shortly.
That would be fantastic.
Questions for her? All right. Next, Sonia Dunn.
Good morning. My name is Sonia Dunn, and I graduated from Albany College of Pharmacy in 2014. I currently work for Proact Pharmacy Services. It's a mail order company, and I'm seeking licensure as a backup to our PIC.
And I'm not familiar with Proact. What is different about Proact?
We're a sister company to a retail chain named Kinney Drugs. We have a couple of, we have, I believe, 99 stores in New York and Vermont.
Any questions for Dr. Dunn? Or for this Dr. Dunn? All right. Next up, Jeremy Edmonds.
There we go. Is that better?
We got you.
Unmuted. All right, cool. I'm Jeremy Edmonds from Western Kentucky and currently live in Murray, Kentucky. Graduated from the University of Kentucky, Go Cats, and I'm applying for Arkansas licensure in order to be a backup PIC. I work for a company called Adapt Health. We are primarily a DME company. However, we are the nebulizer medication pharmacy, and that's all we dispense.
So is that a branch of AeroCare, or did you change?
Yeah, so Adapt Health bought or kind of merged with AeroCare themselves. And then those two companies have kind of formed a twice as large company now. And so we service locations in about 40 states at this point.
Anybody else? All right. Amanda, I think that's Elchisty, but I probably mispronounced that.
That is okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Amanda Olchinski. I currently live here in Little Rock, Arkansas. I went to the University of South Florida for my doctorate degree, completed a PGY1 at Advent Health Orlando, then completed a 2-year fellowship at University of Florida. I was hired on by Arkansas Children's Hospital to implement pharmacogenomics. So I am hired to provide education, develop clinical decision support, and provide clinical care, which is why I'm seeking licensure.
Any other questions? All right. Let's see, Reem El-Kadi.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Reem El-Kadi. I graduated from Egypt in 2013. We moved to US. I'm a pharmacist in Kentucky. And we came here to Arkansas because my husband, he works as a pharmacist at St. Bernard's. And I'm looking forward to work with St. Bernard's Hospital.
Any questions for Dr. El-Kadi? Zachary Fair.
Hey, good morning. I'm Zachary Fair, pharmacist here at our Amazon pharmacy site outside of Seattle. Washington. Went to school at Erie, Pennsylvania, LECOM, Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine, and I am seeking licensure redundancy as part of our PIC redundancy plan.
Any questions for, All right, see none. Denise Molchetti.
Good morning. I am originally from Western New York. I got my Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy from the University of Minnesota. I don't want to say what year because all these people are very young. And I got my doctorate from the University of Colorado. I am looking to get my licensure in Arkansas to be a backup to our PIC. I work for a sterile compounding pharmacy in Pompano Beach, Florida.
And what's the name of that pharmacy?
Patient Care America.
And you guys will see she does have a compounding questionnaire here for us as well. No controlled substances, I see.
No.
Any other questions for Dr. Molchetti? All right, then we have Jordan Frangello.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Frangello. I graduated from the University of Missouri, Kansas City. I currently work at a Walgreens specialty location in Kansas City, and I'm seeking licensure in order to become the PIC for our Arkansas out-of-state license.
Any questions for Dr. Frangello? All right, see none, I'm going to go back up. I believe that we've got Andrew Benedetto on the phone now.
Yes, my name's Andrew Benedetto. I am graduated from the Ohio State University College of Pharmacy in 1996. That basically was my second career. And I've worked for, currently I work for Biologics by McKesson, which is a specialty mail order pharmacy here in Texas. We specialize in mainly oncology and rare orphan disease states. I am the site operations leader as well as the PIC for this second pharmacy of the biologics company.
Any questions, Dr. Benedetto? All right, now let's see, Kaylee Vernon, we have you on now as well. I believe we've got you by the phone. There we go.
Sorry, good morning. My name is Kaylee Vernon. I'm from a small town in Tennessee called Lexington, Tennessee. I graduated from University of Tennessee College of Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas because I accepted a job as a clinical pharmacist at CHI St. Vincent.
Okay. So you're CHI St. Vincent here in Little Rock?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Any questions for her? All right, see none, that is the totality of our 22 for our 9:15 appointment. I'll turn it over to the board.
Do you have any questions from the board members or any discussion? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve these applicants? Or do you want it, John, do you want us to do that all at the end?
I would do each group individually, and that way these folks, any of them that want to get off in, and then we'll have our next group will be up at 9:45. That helps a little bit with bandwidth on Zoom, or so it seems.
All right, do I have a motion?
Yes. Y'all want to make a motion that we accept these reciprocity applicants?
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Newsom and a second, I believe, from Dr. Kraus. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Welcome to Arkansas.
So real quick as a reminder, for all of you that will get your license, it will have a reminder about CE requirements. Since you have No reciprocity this late in the year, you will not have CE requirements for this biennium. You do have to renew your license because it will expire December 31st. Our CE requirements continue to be 30 hours of total CE. 12 of those hours must be live. 12 hours must be ACPE accredited. Couple more things, especially if you are living within the state of Arkansas. We do have an Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A Facebook page. It's got something like 3,600 pharmacy-related people in the state of Arkansas. It's a closed Facebook group. If you're interested in seeing that, keeping up with some of the current topics and discussions, whether it be regulatory questions or issues that pharmacists are covering in Arkansas, then we would be glad to have you in that group.
And also, we have a very good and active Arkansas Pharmacists Association. We have great participation within the state and would urge any of you to check out our activities, join, and help us in helping the profession of pharmacy and pharmacists.
Any questions that any of the reciprocity folks have for us before we dismiss you for this group? I know it's a dangerous question. All right, well, thank you guys. We are done with our 9:15 crew. For the board members, our next appointment up will be at 9:45 for the next group. I'll leave it up to you what you want to do in the meantime. You want to take a break, or if you have anything else. We should have Dr. Jolly here with us in just a few minutes. You guys want to come back at like 9:43, give everybody a chance to take care of a couple of emails and stuff? That works.
And I did email to the board members. I just sent out, I emailed
the agreements.
Yeah. They should have that in front of me, so if you just take, a quick couple of minutes to look at that. So we'll take a vote, we'll be back at it.
So we'll be back at 9:43 to prep for our 9:45 group, make sure there's nothing else holding us up. Thank you, guys.
All right, we are back unmuted.
All right, guys, I'm John Curtin, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and what we will do, we've got our 9:45 reciprocity group. We've got 24 of you to go through in the next 30 minutes. Or if we run over, we just run over.
I just want to get on the record, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Galley is present, so we do have all the board members present. I just wanted to get that on, so everybody's aware, he is here in the boardroom with the Dr. Newsom and Dr. Krause.
Good deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. So what we'll do is we will call you up one at a time. We're going in alphabetical order. When we call you up, the board members are going to hear 4 things from you: who you are, where you were from, where you went to school, and why you're getting licensed in the state of Arkansas. With that, the board members have your reciprocity questions in front of them, and we may have some questions about your practice or something else with your application. With that, we will kick it off. So let's see, Lisa Gagliardi, you get to be first in this group.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Gagliardi. I am from near the Miami, Florida area. I graduated from University of Florida in 2012, and I am seeking licensure in Arkansas because to serve as backup to our pharmacist in charge. I work at Amazon Pharmacy in Miami.
Anybody have any questions? All right, next up, Eric Gartner.
Hello, my name is Eric Gartner. I am from Cape Coral, Florida. I went to school at Midwestern University, the Chicago College of Pharmacy. I am seeking licensure to be backup PIC for my pharmacist in charge here at RX2Go Pharmacy, which is an oral oncology pharmacy for the Florida cancer specialists down here in Florida.
It's out of order on my list, so I'm just reading over your reciprocity real quick. Okay, anybody else have any questions for Dr. Gartner? All right, and my list actually was not in alphabetical order, so I'm going to back up alphabetically for Tiffany Garrison.
Good morning, I'm Tiffany Garrison. I live in Thayer, Missouri. I went to school at UMKC School of Pharmacy in Kansas City, and I am seeking licensure for Guardian. I work for Guardian Pharmacy in Springfield, Missouri, and we do nursing home consulting. So we're going to pick up some Arkansas facilities, so I'm going to be covering those homes.
Questions for Dr. Garrison? All right. How about Christopher Gibson?
Hello, my name is Chris Gibson. I am in Cincinnati, Ohio. Graduated from the University of Cincinnati College of Pharmacy, James L. Winkle College of Pharmacy in 2017. I am looking to get licensed so I can act as pick for Arkansas for our the company that I work for, which is True Pill. So we are going to be opening a new pharmacy later this year or early next year in Cincinnati, Ohio, and eventually we hope to be doing mail order basically fulfillment for all 50 states.
And what is True Pill?
Sure. So we do a lot of different things. We're sort of a pharmacy technology startup. So we've got a pharmacy API, and we do a lot of fulfillment for telemedicine apps, as well as having our own sort of telehealth department that we're developing. So apps like HIMSS and AHEAD for mental health, things like that. We try to provide like an integrated experience for their customers where we will actually do the pharmacy fulfillment and make it sort of a seamless experience with their logo on the package when it gets shipped to them and everything. So we do the behind the scenes fulfillment on all that. It's sort of like if you're familiar with Shopify, is a tech company that does a lot of online payment processing. So if you buy something online, you're probably using Shopify, even if you don't know it.
Questions for him? All right. Next up, we've got Candace, is it Gordo?
Yes, that's correct. Hi, I'm Candace Gurno. I am a registered pharmacist in the state of Ohio. I graduated from the University of Toledo in 1996, and currently I work for CareSource. We are a Medicaid provider, health insurance in the state of Ohio. We also have business in Indiana, Georgia, and we are going to take on some clients from Arkansas, hopefully January 1. So we needed to have some licensed pharmacists in the state of Arkansas. So I decided that I would do that.
And that's part of the subsidiary of an insurance company, correct?
Yes.
So you'll want to pay special attention to some recent statutory language in Arkansas dealing with pharmacies that are owned in part or related to like insurance companies, PBMs, or health clinics. So if you need a copy of that, we'll be happy to send it to you.
Okay, perfect. I will request one of those. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, I have Lisa Hubbard.
My name is Lisa Hubbard. I, am licensed by way of Idaho, and I think a lot of people here, a number of states. I work for Pipeline Pharmacy. We do remote work into kind of remote hospitals and have a number of clients there in Arkansas. My husband is in the military and has drugged me everywhere, so working remote has been a real blessing for my career. Did I get it all?
I'm sorry, where did you say you went to school?
Idaho State College of Pharmacy.
That's what I thought I heard. Any other questions for her? All right, seeing none, we got Michael James.
Hey, John, everybody, it's Michael James. I work at CareSource Pharmacy with Candace, so everything she said would hold for me as well. I graduated from Ohio Northern University in 1992. I live in Centerville, Ohio, and I think that's it. And I did want to mention to John, I did try the Fly Fish restaurant that you recommended, and it was delicious.
Good deal. Did you see the entire wall of mechanical fish?
Yes, I did. That was fantastic.
It's a tourist attraction if nothing else.
Right. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think flying fish where they have an entire wall of big mouth billy bass. All right, any other questions for Mr. James? All right, Z, is it Jane?
Yep, that's right, Jane.
Okay.
All right, good morning. My name is Z Jane. I graduated from the Philadelphia College of Pharmacy back in 2013 now. I'm currently working for a company called ClearMD Pharmacy, a very non-sterile compounding pharmacy. Right now we're licensed in 45 states, so we're trying to get all 50 right now.
Dr. Krause?
How did you get your prescriptions?
Through a telemedicine visit.
So
then the prescriber then sends it to us.
All right. So you're aligned with a telemedicine company. What company is that?
ClearMD Solutions.
And with that, I think his base question is, how do you ensure patient freedom of choice? Which I imagine is once they have selected ClearMD as their provider, it probably is almost an opt-in for your specific pharmacy, or can they opt to have a prescription sent to
Oh, they can absolutely opt out. They can freely choose to send it to us or send it to any compounding pharmacy of their choice.
Is it sent to the patient's home or to the physician's office?
To the patient's home.
Any other questions?
All right, compounded any controls?
No controlled substances.
No controlled substance on that. All right, Michaela Hilius.
Hi, my name is Michaela Kilias. I'm originally from North Carolina, but moved down to Arkansas from Michigan. I went to school at UNC in North Carolina, and I am seeking reciprocity because I got a job at UAMS as a pharmacy specialist.
What part of UMS you working in?
I'm the cardiovascular ICU specialist at the main campus.
No questions, Dr. Gallo? All right. All right, Grace Kim.
Good morning. My name is Grace Kim, and I'm from Dallas, Texas. And I went to school in Southwestern Oklahoma State University. And I work for RX Crossroads by McKesson Specialty Pharmacy. And I'm seeking reciprocity as a backup PIC.
Any questions? Seeing none, Scott Kislak.
Morning, everybody. My name's Scott Kislak. I am from Pittsburgh, PA, and still live here now. I graduated from the University of Pittsburgh in 2006, so 15 years ago. I'm currently Director of Pharmacy Operations for CVS Specialty in Monroeville, PA, which is like a suburb of Pittsburgh, and seeking licensure in Arkansas as I would be the tertiary backup to our pick for the state.
You probably would like or need to read some of those current legal updates as well, since you work for CVS, which is a Caremark subsidiary. Any questions for him?
Where's your favorite Permane location?
There's one about 5 minutes from my house. They have spread out into the suburbs. So I'm in the suburbs of Pittsburgh. There's about 5 minutes from my house. Happy hour is 5 to 7. You may find me there from time to time.
Yes.
My favorite's on the Strip.
Which restaurant was that, Rodney?
What's that?
What was it you asked him?
What did I ask him?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Where is his favorite Permane location? If you've been to Pittsburgh, you can't say that you've been to Pittsburgh if you haven't been to Permane Brothers.
There you go. All right, I've got a note that Michelle Lee may or may not be on yet. Read that. Okay, so I will come back to her. Next up after that, I have Indra Leibowitz.
Good morning. I'm Indra Leibowitz. I'm originally from Canada, went to school at University of Alberta, but have moved here recently from Idaho to be closer to family. And I'm wanting to get licensed so I can get a job and start working here in Arkansas.
Any questions? All right. Seeing none, Daniel Lobaton.
Hi, my name is Danielle Lobaton. I am originally from New York. I went to pharmacy school at Northeastern University in Boston. I graduated in 2018, and I was the neonatal pharmacist at Brigham and Women's for 3 years before I moved to Arkansas. And I recently got a job at Willow Creek Women's Hospital, where I will hopefully be the neonatal pharmacist there.
Hospital Willow Creek.
Yes.
Is it Bella Vista or Bentonville?
It's in Johnson.
Johnson.
Yes, I live in Bentonville though, or I live in Rogers.
Any other questions for her? All right. Pamela Lutheran.
Good morning. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Pam Luthra. I am from Simpsonville, South Carolina. I went to the University of South Carolina Pharmacy School years ago, and I currently work for Omnicare Clinical Intervention Center. We are a division of CVS Health, and we are a support system for long-term care pharmacies. We handle rejected insurance claims, usually making covered alternative recommendations or initiating prior authorizations. I'm seeking a license in Arkansas to serve as the backup pharmacist in charge for our organization.
Any questions for Dr. Luther? Seeing none, Jennifer Lynch.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Lynch. I'm originally from Mississippi. I went to school at University of Mississippi Pharmacy School at Ole Miss. Moved here to Arkansas, working with Walmart. I just transferred here and seeking to continue to work as needed.
Any questions for Dr. Lynch? All right. See, Kelsey Malcolm.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Malcolm. I graduated from Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana, spring of 2019. I work for CVS, specifically CVS Simple Dose. We do monthly daily compliance packaging that we ship either to patient homes or to patient stores for pickup. I'm seeking licensure because I will be transitioning to our Arkansas pharmacist in charge.
Any questions for Dr. Malcolm? All right, Stephanie McVeigh.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephanie McVeigh, and I live in the Dallas, Texas area. I went to school at the University of Houston in Texas, and I graduated in 2006. I currently work for Heritage Biologics, LLC. We're a small specialty home infusion pharmacy, and we ship into several states. So the reason I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas is so that our site here in Dallas, which we recently opened up, we'd like to ship into Arkansas, and I'm the PIC here.
Any questions for her? All right. How about Ali Moru?
Good morning, guys. Ali Moru here. I'm from Houston, Texas. Graduated from Lebanese American University back in 2013 from Beirut, Lebanon. Currently, I work at Wells Pharma Houston. It's a 503B outsourcing facility. I'm the PIC and the Director of Pharmacy Operations, seeking licensure in Arkansas, so we could ship to hospitals over there.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
This year.
And it was, I think you and I discussed, it was in person, not virtual or anything like that. So.
Yeah, correct.
Any other questions for Dr. Moru? All right, Amanda Wynn.
Hi, my name is Amanda Wynn. I graduated from University of Houston in 2017. I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas as backup to Ali. I work at Wells Pharma of Houston with him.
Any questions for her? Seeing none. All right, we got Kenneth Wynn.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ken Wynn, and I graduated from the University of California, San Diego. And I currently work as a staff pharmacist at Central Admixture Pharmacy Services, a division of B. Braun. So it's a 503B compounding facility that ships to hospitals and clinics across the nation. And I'm seeking licensure to be a backup to the PIC.
And what was your last FDA inspection?
I believe it was this year, yes.
Any other questions for Dr. Wynn? All right, then we have Long Wynn.
Hi, my name is Long Wynn. I graduated from Florida A&M University here in Florida, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas because I am working at CVS Simple Dose Packaging, and I'm going to be verifying medications in Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Wynn? Okay, we're going to back up, and I believe I have Michelle Lee. Got you with us now.
Hi, yes. My name is Michelle Lee. I am currently from California, and I went to University of the Pacific. I work at Pharmacy, which is a pet pharmacy, and we also do monthly dose packaging. And I'm seeking a licensure in Arkansas to be able to mail to Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Lee? All right, seeing none, that is the end of this reciprocity group. So I'll turn it over to board members to consider a motion for licensure.
All right, any questions or discussion? All right, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I believe that's Dr. Mack on the motion to approve these applicants. And was that Dr. Newsom on the second?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Congratulations to all of you. You will receive your licenses in the mail for you that haven't already got one. Part of that will also highlight the CE requirements for the state of Arkansas. You do not have to report additional CE this year, but your license will expire December 31st, so you will need to renew. Future CE requirements are 30 hours total, 12 hours live, 12 hours must be nationally accredited by ACPE. I usually suggest, I've got the first group, but if you don't have the CPE Monitor app on your phone to help track your multiple state licenses and CE requirements, you really ought to look into that. Other thing is, especially if you are within Arkansas or living in Arkansas practicing here, we do have a closed Facebook group that is the Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A. It's not from the Board of Pharmacy, although we answer a lot of questions on there. It's got about 3,600 pharmacy-related people within the state. There's a lot of information of what may be going on, whether it's political, whether it is job advertisements. We see a lot of regulatory type questions or heads up about warnings for illegitimate prescriptions or forgeries through the state. If that's something you're interested in, we'd be happy to accept you in since you have an Arkansas license.
And I would also like to invite you to explore and join the Arkansas Pharmacists Association. We have a very active and diverse association here in the state that really champions the profession of pharmacy and pharmacists, and we would welcome your participation.
So then the risky question we ask from time to time, do any of you have any questions back for the board or board staff while we're here together today? All right, seeing none, everyone from our 9:45 group, you are welcome to leave. You can continue watching the board meeting if you'd like via our YouTube link if there's anything you're interested in. And here in just a couple of minutes, we'll be ready for our 10:15 group. See, Council, I think you were able to send a list of all the orders, or the board members able to see the orders that we have. See some nodding heads, yes. If you guys have any questions about specifics on those, we'd be glad to answer them. If not, I'd turn it over to Dr. Mitchell if anyone had a motion to accept those orders.
All right, having had time to review these, do any of the board members have any questions or discussion about these orders? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to accept these orders.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Newsome and I believe a second by, was that Dr. Kraus or Dr. Jolly?
Dr. Kraus.
Okay. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
All right, we should be good until 10:15. I'm gonna look and see. Got people leaving, people coming in, but should be just a few more minutes before we should have everybody. Is there anything else anybody has until 10:15, or you guys just want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, I'm hearing 5-minute break here, so we'll turn mute off probably about 10:14 and start back again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Excellent, excellent.
Wonderful.
Will there be other people joining this meeting?
Hi, I'm Becca. I'm the president of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. And yes, we are on a break until for about another 30 seconds or so. And then the rest of the board will rejoin us. Part of us are remote over Zoom, and some of the board's members and staff are actually in the board office.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, looks like we've got everybody back. Our crowds will be back at the seat in just a second. And looks like our waiting room is basically all coming in. Sorry. Can you hear me now? All right, this will be better. We have a non-IT person doing part of our IT today. Mr. Daniel, our legal counsel, set me up so you can laugh. Right. So welcome to the Board of Pharmacy, everyone. I'm John Kirkley. I'm the director of the board. This is our third reciprocity group for the morning. We will be going through these in alphabetical order. So we are in the P's today, or for this section. When you are called up by the board, you will, we want you to answer the following four things: who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. The board members all have copies of your reciprocity questionnaires, and they may have some questions about exactly what you're doing, or other questions about your application. So let me get to my correct page here. All right, first up, we have Deepak Patel. Have
Hi, my name is Deepak Patel. I am from the state of Ohio. I went to college at the Ohio State College of Pharmacy, and we had to get our license transferred because CareSource, the place I work at, is going to be doing some work in the state of Arkansas.
Okay. I think we caught most of that. CareSource, CareSource is a subsidiary of an insurance company, correct? I'm sorry, we did not hear that response. I was asking, CareSource is a subsidiary of an insurance company, is that correct?
That is correct, and they're going to be processing some Arkansas Medicaid prior authorizations.
Right. Any other questions for Dr. Patel, for this Dr. Patel? All right, seeing none. Oh, and everybody stick around until the end, and then we would have a vote on the reciprocity. Next up, we have Neha Patel. I see that we have Neha here. I'm going to click ask to unmute. Okay, looks like she may have gotten booted out for a second. We will come back to her. James Reeves.
Hi, I'm James Reeves. I'm from Lubbock, Texas. Went to school at Harding University, and we're moving back to Arkansas. My wife is the head softball coach at Harding University. So our second go around here in Arkansas.
All right, any questions for Dr. Reeves?
Welcome home, Tanya.
Thank you. We're excited to be back.
All right, next up I have Nicole Robert.
Hi, I'm Nicole Robert. I went to school at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm getting my license because I'm a pick for our Walgreens centralization facility in Chandler, Arizona.
And that's a fulfillment facility, correct?
Correct.
Any other questions for Dr. Robert? All right, Aubrey Rogers.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Rogers. I am here from Kansas City, and I moved to Arkansas to work for Walmart, and I went to the University of Kansas.
You working in a retail store or home office?
Yeah, retail store.
Any other questions for Dr. Rogers? You back up. I believe Nina is back with us.
Yes.
So if you could tell us who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas.
My name is Neha Patel, and I'm a foreign graduate, and I did it from India, near my university. And we have an independent pharmacy in Dallas, Texas, and we are trying to make that non-resident pharmacy, mail order pharmacy. And for that, we need Arkansas Board of Pharmacy license.
And you, Marge, you're not doing veterinary compounding currently. Is that something you guys are looking to branch into?
For veterinary compound, no, we are not planning to do that compounding.
Okay. All right, let's see, we had, how about Karat? And I believe it's Shawala, but tell me if I mispronounced that horribly.
Hi, this is Karat. I graduated from the University of Findlay in Ohio in 2014. Neha and myself, we own the pharmacy together in Dallas. It's called Powerhouse Pharmacy. And that's for the same reason. We just wanted to both of us, we were wanting to get licensed. And that's about it.
Any questions for him? All right. Let's see, Nina. This is Shamayeva.
Yeah. Hi. Yes. Hi. My name is Nina Shamaeva. I am from New York, graduate from St. James University back in 1999. I work for a pharmacy called CareMed Specialty Pharmacy. I'm seeking the license in Arkansas for the reason as I am a director of pharmacy of operations and also as well as a PIC. So therefore we are shipping to Arkansas. Therefore I'm seeking license in Arkansas.
It's on yours, it's oncology only.
No, it's actually a specialty pharmacy. We do have some oncology. I worked for Onco 360, which is oncology only, and I am transitioned to our sister company called CareMed, which is a specialty pharmacy for many other specialties.
Okay. What are the main focuses of that pharmacy? Is it mainly OA, rheumatoid?
Osteoarthritis usually, and we have some rare diseases, not a lot, but we just got accredited with URAC for rare diseases, but mostly osteoarthritis, and those are our main prescriptions that are going out of our pharmacy.
And is it mainly shipped directly to the patient, or you have things shipped to providers?
To providers on osteoarthritis.
What drug are you shipping directly to, like, the prescribers then?
Well, depending on the medication. So if it's something, then the injection that it needs to be injected by the doctor, we are of course getting in touch with the patient first, getting authorizations from them, and then we are calling the doctor and shipping the medication to the doctor's offices.
And that's along the lines of the correct answer. Just to point out for anyone, our rules as far as patient-specific drugs going to a practitioner's office, if it's something that must be administered, that is fine. If it is something that should be self-administered by the patient, that is not accepted. There could be some exceptions to that. I mean, I've had a couple patients that were legally blind and actually had to have assistance, even on a med that would generally be self-administered. But drugs like Enbrel, Humira that are for self-administration are generally not approved to be shipped to the prescriber's office. Medications such as, say, Remicade that has to be infused, or Vivitrol that has to be administered in a clinical setting, the board has been okay with those shipping directly to the prescriber's office or clinic for correct administration.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, how about Jill Smith?
Hi. I am a graduate of Purdue University. In 1999, I am the pharmacy manager for Adelaide Apothecary in Lexington, Kentucky. And that is why I was seeking licensure in the state of Arkansas. Adelaide Apothecary is primarily women's health and dermatology products, no controlled substances, no compounding.
Questions for her? Oddly, I'm told that the College of Pharmacy is the smallest of the 14 colleges on the Purdue campus.
I'm sorry?
Said oddly, I am told that the College of Pharmacy at Purdue is the smallest of their 14 colleges on campus.
Yeah, right. Well, because Purdue has the massive engineering program and veterinary. So, yeah, science based mostly for that university. There is a big liberal arts program as well, but yeah, it's and when the class that I was in was during the remodeling of the pharmacy building, so we used to have to trek all the way back and forth between the physics building and the Eli Lilly building, which was literally like a 15-minute walk, and they would schedule like back and forth. So that was our claim to fame as a pharmacy class.
There you go. That sounds like a push for healthy walking.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Next up, we have Caitlin's at Stealth Club. We have Caitlin on with us.
Yes.
There we
Sorry,
go.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I am Caitlin Selflu. I'm actually originally from Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas. I went to school at the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. Left a couple of years to pursue nuclear pharmacy in Montana. I am now back with my unicorn job in nuclear pharmacy here in Fayetteville.
This would have been easier if you'd have just got licensed right out of school.
Yeah, that and I had been gathering the materials. It was something I put on the back burner at the time just so I could take my boards and the law exam from Montana and get licensed there since that was my first job out of school. And now I have since gotten all the materials and I'm getting my license. So.
All right. Stephanie Stubbs.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Stubbs. I am from Camilla, Georgia, but I currently live in Montgomery, Alabama. I went to Florida.
I'm sorry, Stephanie, we cannot hear you loud enough to understand you.
Okay, let's see. Okay, can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay, my name is Stephanie Stubbs. I'm from Camilla, Georgia. I currently live in Montgomery, Alabama. I graduated from Florida A&M University, and I currently work at CareSource Pharmacy.
Any questions for Stephanie? All right. Michael Swindling.
Hi, I'm Mike Swindling. I graduated at the University of Florida, currently working at MedWise RX in Gainesville, Florida, and we provide MTM services to patients all over the country, including in Arkansas, and seeking licensure to serve as a backup PIC for our facility.
Questions for Michael? Seeing none, Preston Ty.
Hi, my name is Preston Ty. I am a pharmacist now. I lived in New York, born and raised, and then I moved down to Virginia to get my pharmacy degree from the Appalachian College of Pharmacy. And now I'm currently residing in Oviedo, Florida, working as a pharmacist for a fulfillment center for Optum RX. And I'm trying to get a license to be the backup to the backup for our PIC.
Questions? All right. Kimberly Tedesco.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Kim Tedesco. I grew up, was raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, went to school at Duquesne University, also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I work for Alliance RX, Walgreens Prime Specialty Pharmacy here in Pittsburgh, and looking to get licensed to become the PIC and serve the members of your great state.
Questions for Tedesco? All right, Caleb Thompson.
Hello, my name is Caleb Thompson. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. My wife is active duty Air Force. We bounce all over. So I actually graduated from Cedarville University in Ohio, and we moved to Arkansas this summer. And now I'm working here at Walgreens, so seeking licensure to keep going here.
You already transferred to working here then?
Yes, yeah, I have a temporary license, and then I'm attending this meeting so that way that license becomes permanent.
Any other questions for him? All right. Ends or times?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Chad Tennis. I'm originally from Billings, Montana. Went to school at the University of Montana in Missoula, Montana. I graduated in 2013. I currently work for PillPack by Amazon Pharmacy in our Kent, Washington facility, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas due to our PIC redundancy plan.
Any questions for Chad? Seeing none, Ross Tucker.
Hello, my name is Ross Tucker. I live in Sellersburg, Indiana. I graduated from Purdue University, and I'm seeking licensure in your state as a backup pick at the Optum facility where I work.
Any questions for Dr. Tucker? Sound come through. All right. Next up, is it Anyoma Uyunlune?
Yes, good morning. My name is Onyoma Joan Uyawune. I'm calling in from Texas. I attended Texas Southern University in Houston. I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas as the PIC for Covetrus Pharmacy Services. It is a veterinary mail order pharmacy that primarily dispenses small animal preventatives, so heartworm and all that good stuff. Thank you.
And all commercial products, or is it also compound?
It's all commercial, no compounding.
Any questions for her? All right, see none. Kelly Val.
Hello, can you guys hear me? I was having issues with my microphone.
Yep.
My name is Kelly Vile. I live in Fenton, Michigan. I graduated in 2011 from the University of Michigan, and I am the PIC at J&B Pharmacy Services. We're a mail order pharmacy in Michigan, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas so that I can be the PIC and we can get our out-of-state license in Arkansas to start shipping there.
Is this just an independent mail order, or is it connected to something? I'm sorry, I did not catch your answer. Okay.
It's an independent mail order pharmacy.
All right. Any other questions for her? Seeing none, Andrew Warther.
Hi, good morning. I'm Andrew Warther. I am living in Phoenix, Arizona. I went to the University of South Carolina for pharmacy school. I am seeking licensure in Arkansas to become designated Arkansas pick for my facility, Wedgwood Pharmacy.
Any questions for Dr. Warther? All right. Yes.
Any controls?
Yes, sir.
What controls do you use?
Hydrocodone, tramadol, butorphanol.
And they're currently licensed with us, so should be reported.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Next up, we have Gerald Wasik.
This is Gerald Wasik, originally from Chicago, Illinois. Went to Midwestern University up in Chicago. Indianapolis, and a lead pharmacist manager at PillPack by Amazon. Seeking license in Arkansas as a redundant license to my pick.
Any questions for Cleo? Heather Watson.
Hi, my name is Heather Watson. I'm from Gainesville, Florida. I work for MedWise RX. It's an MTM provider. So we call patients all over the country, including Arkansas, and I'm seeking licensure to replace the PIC license.
Any other questions for Dr. Watson? All right. John Wyckonen.
Hello, my name is John Wykenant, State University. I work for Medvantix Pharmacy. We do shipping around the.
Sounds like we lost you there.
I can try again. My name is John Wykenant from South Dakota, and I went to South Dakota State University. I work for Medvantix Pharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas as a redundant PIC.
Okay. Any questions for him? See none. Rodney Weldon.
Hey, I'm Rod Weldon. Live in Birmingham, Alabama. Went to pharmacy school here at Sanford University. Work for Optum Specialty Pharmacy and seeking licensure to service the backup PIC at our location.
Okay, let's see anybody. So, Audrey Winsky.
Hi, I'm Audrey Winsky. I am currently the PGY2 critical care pharmacist or resident at UAMS. So I'm seeking licensure to continue my residency training.
And who's your preceptor on your residency?
Ashley Wilson and Gavin Jones.
Anybody else? All right, Gretchen Whaley.
Hi, I'm Gretchen Whaley. I'm calling in from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I graduated from University of Tennessee in Memphis in 2004. I currently work for 12 Stone Health Partners in Murfreesboro. We're a long-term care pharmacy servicing hospice, nursing home patients, assisted living facilities. And I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas. We had a business plan, a goal this year to get company licensure or long-term care licensure for all the contiguous states around Tennessee. And so that's the reason I'm applying for licensure.
So how are you guys going to do emergency services into Arkansas from Murfreesboro?
We service some facilities in other states currently, and we call them into backup pharmacies, for instance, like antibiotics, things of that nature. Things that are emergent, we call into backup pharmacies.
I just want to be sure you understand that if the backup pharmacy doesn't get it there in a timely manner, it still falls on you as the primary provider and you as
Yes,
the
sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Any questions for Dr. Wade? Scott Wubbles.
Good morning. My name is Scott Wibbles. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I graduated from St. Louis College of Pharmacy, and I'm currently working at Big Baptist in Little Rock.
What are you doing at Big Baptist?
I'm in the inpatient pharmacy, so I'm just doing a little bit of everything right now.
Any other questions for him? Okay, this is the end of my 10-15 group. I'll turn it over to the board members if they have anything else or for a motion to accept this group of reciprocity.
All right, board members, do I have any questions or discussion? Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion from Dr. Kraus. Do I have a second?
Got Dr. Newsom for a second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Congratulations, everyone. You will be receiving your licenses in the mail. Along with that, it will have, or I believe it really has an outline that you do not have additional CE responsibility for this biennium because your license will expire on December 31st. So you do need to renew your license during the renewal period. Next biennium, is every other biennium is, CE is 30 hours, 12 hours must be live. format. 12 hours must be ACPE accredited. I would also add that, especially for you that are in the state of Arkansas, we do have there's a closed pharmacist Facebook group in Arkansas. It's not run by the Board of Pharmacy or they're here, but has about 3,600 people on it that exchange ideas, warnings about fraudulent prescriptions, job openings, and just all kinds of other information. Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A. So if you're interested in that, I love to have you in there.
Yes, and I'd also like to invite you to join the Arkansas Pharmacists Association, which is a very active group in the state of Arkansas that looks after the interests of pharmacists and champions the practice of pharmacy.
And a great risk, the other question I often ask is, do any of you have questions for the board or staff real quick about this reciprocity process? All right, with that, all of you.
Hi, John. Before you go on, I received a chat message, a direct message from someone with a question about their temporary license. And because this is a public meeting, I feel like that needs to be asked publicly. So if that person would.
Okay, yeah, my name's
Okay.
Caleb. That was my question. And I received a temporary license so I could practice until this board meeting, but that license expires tomorrow. And so if I'm to receive my new license in the mail, how do I keep my licensure current in that meantime so that way nothing falls through the cracks?
So continue to use your temporary. Since you have been approved, you will be licensed today.
Okay.
So we generally, when we were able to have these meetings live, we would actually hand it to you today, but realizing because of COVID, you can't be here, we can't physically hand it to you. We're not going to pull you out of practice between those two gaps since you already have an active license on a temporary basis.
Okay, thank you very much.
I mean, if anybody has any problems with that from their employer, they can contact us. This is looked at on the general counsel. So if anybody has any issues or questions, just have your employer contact our office. We'll be glad to tell them that you are licensed as of today.
Okay, that seems to be it for our 10:15 group. You guys are welcome to leave the Zoom. If you want to watch other stuff on the board meeting, you can watch it on YouTube. Then I think for the board members, we have one other reciprocity person that need to meet individually with the board. So if you guys are ready for that. Yeah, go give it a second for everybody else to get off the screen. Should go from like 35 people to about 10. Okay. All right, Sam. So this is for Summer Ibrahim. Sam, if you want to let us know like who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're trying to get a license in Arkansas. First off.
Yes, thank you. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Sam Ibrahim. I am a resident of Chicago, Illinois. I also went to Midwestern University's Chicago College of Pharmacy in Downers Grove, Illinois. Graduated 2011. Currently the pharmacy manager for CarePoint Healthcare LLC. We are a 50-state mail order pharmacy, and the PIC that held the license in Arkansas left unexpectedly from the company in June. It was originally supposed to be a redundant PIC license for me, but his move kind of pushed the timetable along and required me to now take over as full PIC for the state of Arkansas to continue shipping.
So Sam is with us. He doesn't have anything in his background check or anything like that, but and he can explain to you. He came in and tried the jurisprudence exam the first two times. I think he thought he was under a specific time crunch, and he can tell you why he, I think, had almost no sleep. I can tell you dealing with him the first time. But with that, he has to get board permission to try at the law test, which he was requesting today. So I'll let you guys discuss that. No. Yeah, And the board members here in the office actually have his previous test. They can see it as well. Sam, what they usually ask is if you think that you're ready and if you've studied up, that you think you're ready for the next round.
Yes.
I guess what have you done different this time from the first two?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? It was muffled a little bit.
I apologize. I was just asking, what have you
done prepared?
Yeah, I mean, how have you prepared differently than you prepared for the first two times?
So, well, the first time, as was mentioned, it was kind of a rushed situation and I misunderstood the requirement. So I was reading up and did that Zoom call that was shared by Nancy Sweet. But I only had like a week to study. And the second round, I got a hold of a pharmacy RX exam from a website, but it was very flawed in the information it was provided. So this time around, I literally just took the pharmacy rules and regulations off the State Board of Pharmacy website and kind of went through it section by section to kind of get more familiarized with specific rules that apply to the state of Arkansas.
Yeah, so we do have access to the review. Actually, the 2020 review, when we have access, like the UAMS has shared with us when we do that, the 2021 was lost in the system. So they do have access now to the 2019 one. We actually had a couple of folks that saw both the 2020 and 2019, and they actually shared what they thought the 2019 they thought was actually better. So I'm thinking maybe this year we can just replay that one instead of doing it 2 hours.
Yeah, have you seen his review, Sam?
I'm sorry?
He was asking if you had a chance to see the law review that I did.
I watched the Zoom call that was shared with me from Ms. Sweet. If that is the one that you're referring to, then yes, I did have a chance to see that.
Where basically we walk you through, worry about this, don't worry about that.
Yeah, key in on that review. I guess he just wanted to know if the board will approve him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, taking exam the third time, so if Dr. Mitchell, if nobody else has any questions, I would just ask for a vote.
To approve him to retake the exam and approve his reciprocity application if he's once he's successful.
I make the motion.
Do I have a motion?
Dr. Krause made a motion and Dr.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I could not hear. Everyone was kind of talking at the same time. Did you say that Dr. Krause made a motion and Dr. Newsom seconded?
That is correct.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
So Sam, if you want to get in touch with Ms. Sweet, we will reschedule you at your convenience. And I'll share with the rest of the board members. And I told Sam, you know, there are some review programs out there that a lot of people will purchase for MPJE tests in other states. And you know, he spent the money to help study up for one of those. And I told him, I said, that's the worst money you could spend because I don't know what relation that has to our test. It's really more of an MPJE study for him. And he and I had a laugh over that. Good luck. Call us if you've got any other questions as you prepare, and we look forward to seeing you again, bud.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, everyone.
You just get in contact with Nancy and she'll get your time set up.
I will. Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we have Eddie O'Bannon, and I know he's been over here the whole time. Dr. O'Bannon, you still there? If you would, please unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I'm going to pass out board members. I got this little letter in. The board members remotely. This is in the packet. There is a packet for Eddie O'Bannon, and then there is a separate letter. This is a letter from Linda Rixey, who is his, I guess, financial business manager, office manager, whatever you want to call it. But Dr. O'Bannon is here. I'm with the board members. This was back in December of 2020. We were here for an informal. He had at least two, I think it was three DWI arrests within about an 18-month period. There's also some inspection issues at a Hot Springs pharmacy. Dr. O'Bannon lives in Mississippi, still has a pharmacy there, no longer has one in Arkansas. He was, when he came to the December 21st meeting, it was addressed on two different issues. There was the inspection issue at the Hot Springs Pharmacy, and then there was his DWI arrest. So I'm looking at the letter that's dated on the top, December 21st. It should be about the second or third letter in the packet there. But he met with the board's informal committee on December 9th, and you can see board made the following order down at the bottom. Pay $50,000 fine as disciplinary action cannot act as a pharmacist in charge of any pharmacy that is licensed in Arkansas until he successfully passes the Arkansas jurisprudence exam. Must receive an evaluation of one of the board approved treatment facilities, must reappear at the board in February 2021. Cannot work in a pharmacy in Arkansas until he receives permission from the board. Cannot be licensed in Arkansas. I'm sorry, cannot act as a pharmacist in charge for an Arkansas licensed facility until he receives permission from the board. He did not appear in February. There were some medical issues. None of that was his fault. He just was not able to appear. And so, June, it just kind of slipped through. We never heard anything. The board did not try to contact him. So it was set today in October. His evaluation, he did go to Cornerstone and had an evaluation and was in treatment down there. This was, let's see, March of 2021. So he was there. There was a follow-up recommendation from Cornerstone, and it said that the state in his evaluation that his outlook was poor, and they believed that he was just there because he had to be there. They thought that after he was discharged, his outlook was poor, just based on, I guess, what had been said there and comments that were made. We've also never heard from him since any of this happened. The fine has not been paid. To my knowledge, he has not taken the Arkansas jurisprudence exam. I talked to Ms. Rixey, who sent this letter, like I said. He can explain to me exactly who she is. I take it that she is his business manager. But she had started to, the fine $50,000 this day to $60,000. She told me, this was literally maybe yesterday or Friday when she called. That she had asked to pay it out at $4,000 a month. The board has no issue with that. So she said that she would pay the first payment. So hopefully the fine is not an issue. I mean, it's just taken since December. We're looking at 10 months before we get the first payment on that. So we're mainly here today because, like I said, he was told to report in February. He couldn't due to medical reasons. And then it just kind of got, I don't know, really no fault of his, but it kind of got overlooked in June. We just hadn't heard from him. So we said it today. But the issue is that Cornerstone evaluation, there is a letter at the very end of your packet there. I believe it's the last page. There's a letter from the Mississippi Board of Pharmacy. I'm sorry, from the Mississippi, whatever they call it, the equivalent of their support group. Yeah. He is in that program and joined that program. I think it was maybe just a couple of months ago. So, like I said, he is licensed in Mississippi, does have a pharmacy there. So he is in their program. He's kind of been in their program. They will show that he's had any issues. He's doing his meetings, being drug tested. Still has the issue here of the fine, and also, he has successfully passed Arkansas jurisprudence exam before he can act as a any pharmacy that is licensed in Arkansas, and actually cannot work in a pharmacy in Arkansas until he receives permission from the board. So, Dr. Mitchell, if it's okay with you, I'll just turn it over to him, and he can kind of tell us what's been going on and his time in the support group and kind of what's been going on just since we met last.
So, thank y'all for having me today. I'm a Arkansas graduate from '87, and I've been through the good years and I've been through some of the rough setbacks. After, as you can see, in 2018, we got some bad bad issue letter from some DIR fees, and I kind of checked out of my pharmacy. And so when I went to reapply for my license, and after the DUIs, I disclosed that I had them. And so after your recommendation for evaluation, which I'm very thankful that y'all did do that, I went in for an inpatient facility, and it was very good, and I came out a different person. I've been really focused on my sobriety, and so when I disclosed to the Mississippi board, they didn't really suspend my license, but they asked that I just not work as a pharmacist for 6 months, which I didn't. So I would just do administrative work for the store, and so I'm definitely in the MARC program. So I go to a biweekly meeting with MARC, and also I have to do random drug screens whenever they say go in and do it.
How long is the program there in Mississippi?
It's 5 years.
And I guess, I'm looking at page 2 or 3 of one of your course points, where it says any prognosis is poor due to denial of drinking, like engagement in treatment, and except the estimation of alcohol. So, at this point, do you agree that you have an issue with alcohol in that program?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So what's changed from, I guess, when you made these statements to now?
Just the fact that I'm out, and I'm I go to AA at least 3 times a week. Most of the time it's 5 or 6 times. And it's just kind of opened my eyes to the whole alcohol, addiction program. So I'm very focused on that now.
And you still have your pharmacy there in Mississippi?
Yes, sir. I just was able to go back on the counter in September 26th.
And you're not the pharmacist in charge?
I'm sorry?
Are you the pharmacist in charge there?
Yes, sir.
What about taking the Arkansas, you're coaching me to take the Arkansas, the law exam again? You who's going to be a PIC?
I have this for right here. I've been looking over it, and it's been 30 years since I taken a test. So just with all the changes and everything. So yes, I've definitely been studying it, and I hope to take it probably in December, I hope.
The Mississippi pharmacy license in Arkansas?
I'm sorry?
Is your Mississippi pharmacy licensed in Arkansas?
Is my Mississippi license?
I'm sorry, is your Mississippi pharmacy licensed in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Because one of the conditions was cannot act as a pharmacist in charge in any pharmacy that is licensed in Arkansas.
So he could not be the PIC unless approved by the board.
Well, he cannot be the Arkansas.
Yes, Arkansas, yes.
Board members, subject record about the for board members have a question, comments. See, Dr. Price has to say about this. Eddie, do you know if do you have a PIC for products that are shipped into Arkansas from a Mississippi store?
Not a PIC. I have a pharmacist that is licensed in Arkansas.
turn my, oh, never mind, it's not gonna work.
Sorry, we're having some kind of weird audio issues.
Yeah, we're trying to let Luke use his microphone.
I was going to try to use my mic since he was having a hard time hearing me, but I let it turn it on.
Okay, and the video that there in the boardroom is off, so I could not actually see that someone had their hand up.
Everybody else see us here in the boardroom?
I can only see you right now, not the rest of the board.
Yeah, John, we can see your personal like laptop that's in front of you, but the one that was showing the whole boardroom.
Yeah, well, I'm getting Jennifer in here. It looks like something may happen with the camera.
Yeah. So sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore Dr. I just could not see him. I can't see him.
The state of this license currently offers us just working. So he doesn't have active.
He does have.
He's actually listed as
This is license.
I didn't catch any of that. It's very muffled, so I apologize.
we're talking about that.
Hold that thought. John told me to.
Okay, but it's trying to get it back to get video on us.
His license is valid in Arkansas. We had those restrictions on it based on that committee ruling, but yes, his license is valid.
He's currently designated PIC.
He's not a PIC for Arkansas.
He's currently listed as a
He's
PIC.
currently listed as a PIC in Arkansas. You said Dr. Bailey said you have another pharmacist there that is licensed in Arkansas.
Yes, sir.
Does that person work at least 20 hours a week?
She works 12.
Well, that would have been enough.
And the reason that he still needs to maintain an Arkansas license for his practice, because there's still shipping. He sold the store, if I remember from Mississippi. He had a store in Hot Springs.
That's correct. He, at that point, when we brought him in, he had at least one store in Mississippi, he had one in Hot Springs. So the one in Hot Springs, he was living in Mississippi, somebody else, I think, was definitely running that store in Hot Springs. That has since been sold. So there's no longer owns a store in Mississippi, no longer owns a pharmacy in Arkansas.
Still has the need for a license with fit designation because they're shipping.
Yeah.
Currently doesn't have a report. It sounds like it's working the minimum number of hours required.
You're gonna have to, in the meantime, until you take the jurisprudence exam, you are going to, if maybe that person you had to work 12 hours, they could work an additional 8. Right now, you're not allowed to be paid for Arkansas of that store.
Okay.
So that's something that needs to be taken care of in the very near future.
Okay.
And I believe, and I talked to Ms. Rixey, and I believe we decided on paying $4,000 a month. Is that what your understanding is?
Yes, sir.
And I worked that out with Ms. Whitmore. I mean, it's not ideal, but we've got it worked out for. So let's send that check. That person. So I guess, like I said, the only. Let me pull that letter back up. So he's got in, I guess, what we, needs to be a decision about, his, sport group. I mean, has no issues. We can just let him go through Mississippi's. I don't know how John may have to input that. I don't really know how we've done that in the past. So that's something that needs to be looked at today. And, he's going to agree to change the pick at that location until he passes the jurisprudence exam. So at that time, I don't believe there'll be any issues. Once he passes the exam, there won't be any issues about his practice or him practicing in or out of the state at that point. the fine hopefully is being taken care of as agreed to. So John, I don't know if you have any.
Now, we've worked with Mississippi in the past and have, used their support group generally, or some other states, when the person's actually actively practicing in that other state. Basically, it's a support group reciprocity. Mississippi's group runs pretty similarly to ours, and we've not had problems in the past.
Yeah, and we've got Turner, our support group director, is we have contact there, so I'll probably just ask him for that contact. Just ask for a progress report whenever they send them out quarterly, every 6 months, however they do it. Just ask him a copy of that so we can have it in his file, just to show that he is abiding by whatever they're, like I said, I believe they're pretty similar to ours, and it is 5 years. It sounds from that letter, it sounds just pretty close to what ours is.
This may be a question more for him, but he still has a business reason to want to ship into Arkansas. I don't know what his volumes are. I don't know. Mr. O'Bannon, are you shipping in, what are you shipping into the state?
I don't ship into the state anymore. I have a couple of patients that I deliver to over in Hot Springs, but we don't really ship into Arkansas.
You still got a residence over there as you go back and forth.
Sir?
You still got a residence in Hot Springs, you go back
Yes.
and forth.
Yes, sir.
So you will agree to move somebody else into that pick position pending your passing the jurisprudence exam?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't know if staff has any more issues based on that. If he's going to agree to do that and the fine's going to be paid and when he passes jurisprudence exam, that'll be resolved outside of, as long as he complies with their support group. I don't believe the staff has any issues.
What about, if he doesn't, do the 20 hours?
Well, he said he already has somebody that's working 12 and that they can work an additional 8, so we'll give him a couple of weeks, few weeks, and then we definitely, we have to send in that change of pick for him, so that's something that needs to be resolved later. Thank you. And Dr. Mitchell, I don't know if there really needs to be a motion. I mean, nothing's really changing as far as what was said before, so I'm just fine if he knows what he's supposed to do, and we'll look for those forms, and if you have no issue, I'm okay with there not being a motion. There's nothing's really changed since before. Just want to kind of reiterate what was in this letter and be sure that he's getting that accomplished.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Bennett. We'll get that change of pick form sent in just as soon as you get that worked out, and whenever you want to take the jurisprudence exam, you can just let us know. And we have 2 days a week. We pretty much test people almost every Monday and Wednesday. So you can just let us know at your leisure when you want to do that, okay?
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Board members, we've got a Walgreens Central School request next. I don't know if anybody needs to take a few minutes break, but I know they're on here. I see Dr. Walton.
If we could take like 5 minutes, we've got one of the people, apparently we may have kicked her out when we were letting reciprocity folks out. And we're trying to figure out how to let her back on. As she's on by phone, we're trying to get her reached out as well.
Thanks. We'll take a few minutes to be back on in about 5 to 10 minutes. 11:12 now, we'll say we'll be back at 11:20.
That sounds great. So mute that one, Luke. You don't mind? Thanks, sir.
right, so Nicole.
All right, we're unmuted now.
No, we're not. Good, click, there it is. All right. So Nicole, it should let you back in now. We found a buried setting with much research.
No way. Yes, it was appropriate, that was. And did you email it?
Yes. Yeah, I mailed it to you and then I emailed it. So for the board members, we did get an email from Walgreens and sent that out to everyone. Oh, I did not hear you. Text it as well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, it still doesn't want to let me in, John. I mean, I don't mind being on audio.
No, that's fine.
Keep telling me the host removed me.
Well, and we found the setting to let people back in, but apparently it's not working. There's some glitch going on that we can't figure out on that.
Oh yeah, no worries. As long as you guys can hear me, I think it'll be fine. Things happen, no problem.
Good deal. And for board members, so we've got on with this a Nicole Cover. We've also got a Brad Lawson with us. We have a request from Walgreens, which you guys should have in your on your tablets or in our shared information, that they are requesting approval to do central fill from a location in North Lake, Texas. This stores here. They also have a PowerPoint that I got this morning that I emailed to everyone. I can also pull that up if you guys want to see that.
Yeah, if they want to talk about that PowerPoint, why don't we pull it up, John, and just kind of go through this slide by slide, or however they want to do it. That's what they prefer.
Try to share. All right, there you go, Nicole and Brad.
Is it up? Sorry, I can't.
Yes, we're on slide 1.
I can't see anything. Okay, sorry. I'm like the blind leading the blind. So yeah, just real quick, just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Nicole Cover, the Director of Pharmacy Affairs. Arkansas is one of the states I support. This is in reference to application completed for our central fill number 21373, submitted on July 26th. And so we just, after talking with Executive Director Kirtley, he said the board likes to know and might have some questions. And so I really just sent the PowerPoint just as a inform to the board so that they can kind of see what it is. On the phone today, we do have some of our centralized services. We have Frank Cohn from the actual site director at the facility in North Lake. Steve Lincoln is going to join as well. And then Brad Lawson is our local healthcare supervisor. He'll obviously have some of the stores that this location will support in the state of Arkansas. I don't necessarily need to go through the PowerPoint. I'm happy to do that. It's more, about, I just wanted the people on the phone so that we could make it a one-stop shop and get all the questions answered so that we can be up and running.
And Nicole, I'll help you along with some of this. For slide 2, which I have pulled up for everyone, a couple of questions we've received on central fill in the past is, while our rules talk about having to notate on the face of the prescription central fill, in some instances, this is all electronic. And the first fill may be done on site, the second fill could be done central fill, the third fill could be back on site. And what Nicole has included in this is the example of how you can tell which step was done at which pharmacy electronically. And one question that she had was, if Walgreens approved, we've done other facilities, is it okay that that's tracked electronically instead of a hard copy pull of notation every time because the audit trail shows this? I think that's consistent with what we've seen in some other locations. Slide 3 is just kind of the journey map on how the flow goes. I can tell you from looking at this, I think this is similar to what we have seen in the past with other corporations. Do you guys have any questions specifically about this, like slide 3?
John,
Yes, ma'am.
it's Debbie. I just wondered if this is any different than what Walgreens has done. I know they are coming and asking for a different facility, but does it work similar to any others that we've approved for Walgreens?
I don't believe we've approved Walgreens previously on central fill. We've approved workload balancing between stores, but as far as I can remember, I don't think they have done this. They've had approval to do ship to store on specialty drugs, which is probably what you're thinking of, Dr. Mack, where if there are specialty drugs from somewhere, CVS and Walgreens, they got approval to be able to ship them or pick up at a local store, as I recall.
Okay, so this is their first central fill, at least for Arkansas.
Yes, but it is very similar to the process we went through with Walgreens previously, or I want to say the PDX facility years ago, and some others.
You know, this is to another pharmacy that they're taking this to the patient.
Nicole, on all these, this is direct back to store, correctly?
Correct.
So if you know you have these 20 prescriptions and the patient wants to pick them up tomorrow or the day after, they can route that to the central fill and basically fill the prescription. And on the label, it would show it was filled central fill, but then picked up at, Walgreens on Bowman. And then you guys do overnight or next day shipping basically to the local pharmacy. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I can have Frank confirm that, but that's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. So patient comes into the store, drops off medication, data entry is done at the store, DUR by the pharmacist. So data review, excuse me, is done there at the store. Patient says, hey, I'll pick this up tomorrow. That prescription routes over to us here in Northlake. We fill the medication, package it, put it into a tote that is scanned out, put onto the AmerisourceBergen. Basically, it's sent over to AmerisourceBergen 5 minutes away from where we're at currently. And then AmerisourceBergen delivers it to the store for the stores then to dispense the medication and counsel the patient at the store. So we're truly centralized filling, no external conversation or interactions, if you will.
So billing the third party, I know the answer to this, I just want to make sure, but in the billing the third party, the store that's billing the third party gets that central fill location, right? Or are you billing under the location you're dropping it off at?
Nicole, his question is, when it's billed, is it billed under the home store where it's going to end up, or does the central fill do the processing and billing as well from that location?
Should be done at the home store.
That would be a question for Frank.
Yeah, everything's processed at the store level. We are essentially doing, we are central filling. We do not handle any of the third party adjudication or any of the exchanges, whether it be electronic or hand to hand from for payment. Actually the prescription doesn't come over into our system until it's adjudicated at the store. So let's say it's at the store and it goes into a third party reject, some type of whether we need a prior authorization, refill too soon, any of those, anything that would fall into the bucket of a TPR, it would stay there at the store in their system until it's adjudicated. And then once it's adjudicated, it's transferred into our central fill system for us to be able to fill the prescription.
There's no patient. No, so, and he was asking about talking to the patient, you know, the store would have to have a sign up that their prescriptions may be filled at a centralized location with part of our rules. But
correct.
Frank, I think this will help answer his question better. It's almost as if whenever the pharmacist at the store in Arkansas hits print, it actually prints the label at your pharmacy for fulfillment rather than.
That's correct. So if they were to hit the fill button, it would come to us. We'd fill the prescription, and then ship it to the store.
Here's another PowerPoint slide. And this is their final slide that actually helps show that.
Does the patient have the option to opt out of central fill?
Sorry, say that again.
Does the patient have the ability to opt out of central fill?
Yes. Yeah.
So based on what was just described, maybe I'm not following what's on the screen here, but I understood you to say that it would be entered and adjudicated at the local store, but it looks like that techs do enter and the pharmacist does review. So, I mean, if you're doing part of the review at Central, does it go back to the store to actually get adjudicated and then back to you to print, or?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
So if you look, Frank, at the slide on screen, and Dr. Richmond has the same question I would, it appears as though after it is scanned, it could go to the centralized technician, enters the RX data, rather than at the local store. I think that there's a bunch of, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but
yeah,
this line and this line and this line almost looks like they should not exist. It should go left to right, store scans, technician enters, review, and then it could go down here for store fills RX. This centralization looks like a slide for central workload balancing, not central fill.
Yeah, I'm not, and I apologize. First time seeing this. I guess the slides on the deck here. How this slide would, how this slide is describing this. You're absolutely correct. This feels like it's more like dynamic workload balancing from when we had the CPO or a test of it down in Florida. What currently happens if we start there with the technician scans the prescription in at the store. Then the technician does data entry. Then the pharmacist, either at that location or through dynamic workload balancing, which currently exists between our stores, does what I'll call data review. Once they do data review, and it's determined when the patient wants to pick up the prescription from the store, they hit enter. If that prescription is deemed that the patient wants to pick it up the next day, then they have the opportunity to send that over to us. The store does. If the prescription comes into Central Fill here in Northlake, we fill that medication, and then it's patient monograph and all the information is included in the packaging. It is sorted into an AmerisourceBergen tote that is manifested, and that manifest essentially lists out every prescription that is being shipped to that store. That tote is then closed. Those totes are placed onto a pallet, if you will. They're secured. AmerisourceBergen picks those pallets of totes up from the facility 3 times at night. AmerisourceBergen then takes it back to their distribution center, cross docks it, gets it out to their couriers. And the same couriers that are delivering over-the-counter medications or other, medications that the store may have ordered that previous day, AmerisourceBergen is delivering those OTC and medications in addition to the prescriptions that we have filled for that store. They're delivering all three of those things to that retail store, to that retail Walgreens store. That retail Walgreens store, that pharmacy then checks those totes in. They check the prescriptions in, they check the medications in, and then of course the OTC medications that go out onto the shelves. That's the process that occurs at the store. The store then takes those prescriptions, puts them into the ready bin, and when the patient comes in to pick them up, they conduct the normal process that they would should they have filled that medication for that patient within that store.
It sounds like that.
Yeah, and John,
delete slide number 5 and go to slide number 3, because it looks like slide number 3 is
Correct.
exactly what you just explained.
Yes, sir.
yeah, and this is Nicole. They had sent me 8 slides actually, and I deleted the ones that were not appropriate, and obviously 5 did not delete off with 6, 7, and 8. So sorry to create that confusion, but slide 3 is the one that I thought would, as a past board member myself, slide 3 made the most sense for me to truly understand what was happening.
On slide 3, can I assume that IC Plus is your computer system?
That's the
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's the computer system within the retail stores.
Is that Intercom Plus or what?
Yes, sir. Intercom Plus.
And ABC, is that AmerisourceBergen?
That's
company?
correct.
Okay.
AmerisourceBergen. It's our secondary wholesaler, same as you would say a Cardinal or a McKesson, AmerisourceBergen. Those are probably the big 3. I think that retail pharmacies, hospital pharmacies, et cetera, use these days.
I'm just trying to figure out the abbreviations on your slide, that's all.
Yep, no problem.
And I did want to provide just a little bit of clarity. So all data entry and all prescription verification does happen within the state of Arkansas, according to board regulations. So just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
No schedule 2.
No Schedule 2s?
No Schedule 2s.
No controls at this time.
Correct.
I figured that was going to answer.
Yeah. Well, even with 3, 4, 2, 5, another wholesale. That's license pharmacy, wholesale. License pharmacy, special.
Well, they're using the wholesalers at delivery
As a courier.
which is, we've seen that before. Okay. So their request would be to approve central fill for pharmacies in Arkansas for non-controlled substances. And the board usually asks, this isn't cutting any staff positions in Arkansas, I'm sure.
No.
Okay. I mean, I know you guys usually want that on the
And but this is an application for that facility, so we'll need a decision to grant the application and to grant central fill as presented. So it can all be in one motion, but we will need to grant the application itself for the pharmacy in Texas and to grant central fill as presented.
Do I have any additional questions or discussion?
I think the last thing, we just want to be sure we get a copy of their policy and procedure for central fill to have on record.
Yep, I do have that, John, and I can forward that to you. We just finished it for Arkansas specific, and I can get that to you as well.
Okay.
What is the will of the board? Not everybody all at once.
Well, let's not distance. I think this matches other central bill approvals, and let's not. All right, that's
that motion.
I'll make the motion to approve. Well, Dr. Richardson.
And for clarity, Dr. Jolly, is that a motion to approve both the application and the central fill request?
If you're ready for a motion, then I'm ready to make one.
I'm ready.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Dr. Jolly and a second from Dr. Kraus. Any other discussion from the board? All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
I'll get this to Nancy in the process today, so hopefully it can get mailed out today or tomorrow. So should have it within a few days.
Thank you very much. And then Dr. Kirtley, can I just ask a quick clarification?
Sure.
As we, extend this out and say we were to open a facility in Tennessee or like another neighboring state, I'm assuming that along with that application, we would go through the same process if they'll service Arkansas.
If it's going to be identical to this, it could pretty much probably be something that staff can look at and just say, okay, been approved. I mean, if it's something out of the ordinary or something different than what we're dealing with today, then yes, it may have to. But if you're just looking at it, it's probably something that a staff can look at and just, okay.
Sure.
And I'll put a letter.
In the application, we would just state that it's exactly the same as the, 21373.
And I'll put a letter in when the license goes out, I just put a letter in there that Central Fill was approved as it was presented today.
Okay. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, Nicole, this is what I want to say hi to you. Hi, Brett.
All right, next up, we have Woodson Pharmacy. I know we've got people on Zoom and we've got Dottie here with us. So if you guys want to take turns, and if you, so Dottie, since you're here, you'll talk loud enough. The speaker is actually on that little camera over there. So as long as you're talking loud enough that it can pick you up, everybody online will hear you. So you should be able to, everybody else can see you.
My boss is supposed to be.
Yeah, he's over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Hyder.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Syed Haider, and I'm with my son Hamad Haider. Good morning. And we are trying to get a license for the retail full-line pharmacy in Woodson, Arkansas. We own a pharmacy in St. Louis. It's called Be Well Pharmacy, and we have been running this pharmacy for the last 4 or 5 years. And we are trying to expand Arkansas, and we had this opportunity with a medical plaza. At the end unit of the medical plaza, we are going to the pharmacy is at 3028 Woodson Lateral Hensley, Arkansas, and that's our plan for the pharmacy. So it's a newly constructed pharmacy with a drive-through. He is our pharmacist who will be the pick for this pharmacy, and Dottie is with us in the meeting.
And Dottie, just want to tell the board who you are as well.
I'm Dottie Bradford. I'm currently at PIC at another pharmacy, but I've accepted this position and waiting for it to be approved to be able to perform.
So I know we had some questions on the application from staff. I'm going to turn over to Dr. McCray for that.
Morning, we received the application in June. It's currently pending this meeting. We had some questions about patient choice. I think the owner is in position, is that correct?
The owner
is an owner position or leasing from the position?
No, the owner, to my knowledge, is not a position.
Are you leasing the building from the position?
Yes.
We have some concerns about steering the patients. I know that we've had a phone call or two from some people who interviewed and were told that when asked how you're going to get your business, the comment was made that the doctor would be sending people to your store. You pretty much have built-in clientele that they would be directed from that drug doctor to pharmacy. We don't allow that. And so we wanted you to come in and kind of talk about that a little bit. So I'm gonna turn it over to you and let you talk to the board.
So the question to me is can they were asking the question because they did not know. I've since talked to them and they've complied with me that you cannot do that. You can't make a group of people go to any pharmacy. And I've spoke to them about that and they are aware.
And when you say to them, you're speaking of the physician.
The physician has been told and the owners have been told.
Just connected or right in the same facility with the clinic?
Say that again?
Is this like in the same building with the clinic?
It's gonna be in like a little strip mall, yeah. Sort of like the one at Maple Pharmacy and the clinic there.
So any access from the physician's office into the pharmacy?
They have like a central hallway that connects all of everything that they're putting in there. Like you can walk from one end of the building all the way to the other, but you cannot enter the pharmacy.
They cannot be in.
No.
So I guess it's got an outside door and the door to the hallway.
Yes, sir. Like each little establishment has their own front door. So you go into the lobby and then I would go into the pharmacy.
Everybody's aware that unless you're there, they can't go in the building.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Any questions from the board?
Well, I guess, does it have like a lock and alarm and they have no ability to enter through the common area or?
Yes, ma'am. We have, we chose to have security glass at the front so Doc Miller can jump over the counter. And then do the intake and the outgoing. And then we do have the door with the alarm system. And then I also have a cage in addition to that on the inside.
You have your own insurance policy for that space?
Mr. Howard?
Insurance policy? Yeah, we will get the insurance policy. It's still under construction right now.
I didn't know if it was insured, if the physician had that space insured or if y'all had that space insured.
There's a coffee shop.
They're planning on putting a separate area out like in the lobby. They're wanting like a coffee shop to go in, which is completely separate from the pharmacy.
So we'll have a solid wall between the two.
Or drop down or something.
This is a tin wall, which doesn't sound very secure, but.
It has a what wall?
The paperwork says there will be a tin wall and iron shutters between the two.
Tin wall.
Through the board of architect of the pharmacy must be secured with a tin wall.
Do you know, is that correct, Mr. Howard?
Yeah, it will be secured in wall. That is correct. We have spoken to our architect and we've done the construction.
Doesn't have a wall associated. So those are our main concerns, I think, from the staff side. I know whenever we have some of these unique pharmacies that are potentially associated with clinics or things, you start having rumors better just to get in front of it so you guys can see it firsthand. But there are no other questions from you. They're asking for approval of their application today so they can proceed and Donnie can get to work.
You guys are one.
Dr. Jones asking if staff will be
You guys do the full plan.
Yeah, that's and helping both us and Donnie get it on the record that you understand that if you put a coffee shop or something that has to be individually securable, or else you can't do anything without the pharmacist there. So.
Yeah, the pharmacist will open the shop and close the shop, while the coffee shop would not be open without the pharmacist being there.
Let's hear what the second is.
Yeah.
Any other discussion from the board? I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing Dr. Jolly. Dr. Kraus?
Motion, Madam President.
Dr. Kraus, did you have a comment or?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we accept this application.
And I'll second that motion.
Dr. Kraus made a motion to grant the application and Dr. Newsom seconded.
Got it. Thank you, guys. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll get it processed in the next day or two, so you should have it in a few days. And we'll just mail it to 3014 East Woodson Meadow.
Mr. Hyder, where do you want it mailed to? I don't think we're receiving mail just yet. This is not.
Yeah, the St. Louis address would be preferable at this time.
T.O. Box, 5201 Chippewa Street.
Correct.
Yes.
You sit there.
Is it open, is it open to the public?
Yes.
Or is it just gonna be?
No, it's open to the public. Yeah, we have a drive-through. Yes, ma'am.
We'll have to inspect it.
Yeah,
That's
they're-
going
they're-
back to what pharmacy used to be.
I'm sorry.
I said, that's going, having a coffee shop is going back to what pharmacy used to be.
Yeah.
A place where people can stop and talk.
Yeah.
All right, so I was just informed that it hasn't been inspected, so it'll have to be inspected.
Correct.
We'll call you to the.
Yeah.
When will it be ready is it ready for inspection now?
No, we don't have anything in it other than the drive-through.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't got it completely set up.
And then, we'll wait till you're ready to be inspected, to get your license.
Luke,
Yeah.
Yes.
do we need to amend that motion to make it?
I'll just put on here, pending inspection, I mean, that's just a normal, so I don't think there's any need, I just put a note on here, so when Cindy tells Nancy that it's all clear, that she'll issue it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's it, thank you. That's all we have this morning, so.
We have 1 o'clock scheduled for support group with a couple of appearances. If the board members have anything else, I think we would break for lunch.
See everybody at 1.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
You know what that sounds like? The 60-minute spot.
Oh, that's funny.
So you,
I was trying to figure out what
saying,
it
We did.
you were the background noise,
It is a good, man.
but we got it. 60 minutes. Sounds like a little tramp clock.
Guys, I got 101. Dr. Mitchell, can you hear us from the boardroom?
All right, I think we are ready.
So our 1 o'clock this afternoon, we've got support group up and we've got Turner James with us. In turn, I'll let you pull up whatever order you've got.
All right, good afternoon. The first pharmacist we've got up for advocacy is Jamie Bryan. She's seeking advocacy to serve as pharmacist.
Hey, Turner, you froze on us, but.
And I'll turn it over to Jamie.
There you go. You froze on us for a minute, but I think what you're saying is she is applying to be a pharmacist in charge, approved for that.
Exactly. You read my mind.
There you go, Jamie.
Good. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Jamie. And I don't know what all y'all want to know. I've been in the program almost 3 years. I've been working full time at UAMS for about a year. Well, yeah, for a year. I started out PRN, but I was still working the 40 hours after y'all allowed me to go to 40 hours. So it's not been quite a year that I was full time on paper, but I've been working, and I am asking for pharmacists in charge. I do have an opportunity where I will need that. And I don't know, do I need to go into that?
Please explain that to the board, what you're wanting to do. And it has been just over a year since you got full-time status, because you need over a year to even ask for pharmacists in charge. So
correct. Okay, so the opportunity that has presented is with Carti, and I had interviewed with them and had no clue that they were not a licensed facility. And they had offered me a job, but I was not going to take it because they're not licensed. And after that, they called me back and said that they were going to pursue license. So I would be at the El Dorado facility, and they need a pharmacist in charge since they're going to be licensed. So that's the opportunity that I have. And with living in Camden, that is a much closer drive than going to Little Rock every day. I love UAMS and I'll miss that, but it seems to be a great opportunity where I can help them grow and develop their facility in El Dorado. They will be opening a new building around the first of the year.
So, and I'll add just real quickly to that, Carti has traditionally had approval from the medical board to do physician dispensing. But in discussing with Carti, their business has grown to where it really does make sense for them to have pharmacy permits. One thing that I would actually request separate from Jamie from the board is, these are facilities that right now don't have or don't necessarily have to have a pharmacy permit, but they have limited hours of operation. So I would appreciate the ability from the board as we are working with them. They'll have a couple locations at the facility, which is largely preparing drugs for either very specific patient needs or limited use drugs or limited formulary that isn't even available in those pharmacies as oncology treatment. They will need some flexibility in being able to operate less than 40 hours a week. And talking to some other people in the industry, I don't really see it as a competitive issue with other pharmacies. Most of these drugs are things that we would have never heard of or wouldn't have access to or something along those lines. So they're working on getting, it's a retail company with us because it's for patient treatment, including some of that will be like infusion services on site that they can prepare and then take home doses of like oral oncolytics and those forms.
So where they get their prescriptions?
From the physicians that are currently able to dispense directly. So a patient can choose to use another pharmacy, but the problem is most of the drugs, like when I've looked at the list, it's medications that I wouldn't even have access to.
How would they qualify for retail permit?
It's not hospital. They have nothing excluding them from being eligible for retail permit.
Even with being an infusion center?
So is that something we need to pick up on the discussion item?
So, and that's something we can continue discussing, but what Jamie's talking about is a direct reflection of they are working with us to transition from a model of physician dispensing and kind of limitation of that over to pharmacy permitted facilities and utilizing pharmacists and their expertise to help them.
Okay, yeah, we're able to do that.
I figured
Yeah,
so.
okay.
I do have one more question about the permitting process. Are they gonna do this for all their locations?
That's what they're working on. We are trying to work with them to have like a phase-in plan where it'll happen, in stages because they can't do it all.
No, I understand that, but the goal is to permit all of their locations.
I believe so.
Yeah, when they have been advertising this position in El Dorado, they talk about the amount of hospital experience they needed. I thought about Jamie, but I couldn't think of her name. I said, there's a lady going from Camden to the university every day to work, and I said, I wonder, will she see this? And so she did see it. So great.
So Jamie's question is if you guys will approve her to serve as a PIC.
Yeah.
I second that.
So,
All right, I've got a motion and a second. I believe the motion was from Dr. Newsom and the second from Dr. Jolly. Any further discussion?
Second from Dr. Price.
Thank you for the clarification. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Thank
carries.
you,
I do
guys.
want to make a note for the record that we have all of the board members except for Amy Four currently present. She had to step out for another meeting.
Right, and you did tell us that, I just forgot to mention.
Good luck, Jamie.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, who you got up next?
I got Mr. Benjamin McMurray. Mr. McMurray, Dr. McMurray is going to ask the board to grant him the opportunity to start working 20 hours per week. He signed his preliminary consent order on 2/23/2020. His support group contract was signed on 5/28/2020. He went to Cornerstone from 4/19/2021 to 5/19/2021. And then again on 3/2/2020 or 2021, excuse me. I got those dates. He went 3/2/2020 to 6/2/2020 his first stint, and then he went on a relapse track from 4/19/2021 to 5/19/2021. He had a positive test on 9/15/2020 for alcohol. He had one missed check-in on 6/27/2020. Altogether, he had 23 tests, one no-show, 17 negative, 3 value out of range, 1 dilute, and 1 positive. And that positive is the one I just talked about with the alcohol. I believe this is one of the biggest success stories I've seen on the support group since I've started working here. He relapsed on alcohol. We caught it on 9/15/2020 by taking some ZzzQuil or whatever, and, you know, got caught on a UA. During that time period, he was told by the board to go back to rehab. He was going through a divorce. His assets were frozen. And Ben, you just step in anytime if I'm telling the story wrong, okay? His assets were frozen, but he checked with Cornerstone on a weekly or bi-weekly basis and let them know what was going on in his life. And the lady over there, the representative, would call me and say, he's trying. And, you know, he finally made it back there this April. He went through there, you know, and they said that it was a different Ben they saw. You know, he came back, got a job as a truck driver, and those dilutes and value out of range were simply because he was loading trucks all day and couldn't figure out how to hydrate himself and get things right. And you know, this happened at the very first of his truck driving days, but you know, there'd be days where he'd have to park a big truck to go take a UA somewhere and be there for a couple of hours, you know. He went out of his way to take UAs, you know, and I sent Luke the letter from his therapist that stated that they felt that he was ready to go back to work. I personally feel from a clinical point of view that he's ready. He's put in the work, you know, he's even reached out to a gentleman in the support group to be his sponsor now, to rework steps. So he might have got that just right butt kicking this time and decided to, you know, do the deal. But great story. And Ben, I'll turn it over to you. Okay.
All right. Hi, I'm Ben McMurray. I don't know what else to say. Turner really took care of everything. I've just had a huge change in my life with everything that's gone on. And I've been trying very hard to do everything that you guys put in front of me to earn the right to be an Arkansas pharmacist again. I do feel like I'm ready. And I'm just excited at the opportunity to return back to the field. Do we have any questions, or do I need to continue going?
No, that sounds good.
It does.
Hearing no further discussion, do I have a motion from the board on his request?
So his request would be, since it would be an initial return to work, it's really two questions. First question is if you would allow him to go back to work or not. And so that's kind of the first question. And then if that comes up with a yes, then it's under what criteria? Turner, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben was in the support group, and I know, and Ben, you can correct me as well. I know you were really worried for a while about the potential criminal charges that you were dealing with, and you kind of derailed and relapsed in the support group. And I think where you were kind of ready to say, man, forget all this, I'm gone. And you came in with the board and kind of got back in the fold and got with the program. And I think what Turner's saying is you've done really, really well after that kind of mind reset and turnaround. Is that correct, Turner?
Yeah, what happened was Ben wasn't sure that he was going to be able to get a plea bargain without a felony. If he would have had a felony, he couldn't have practiced pharmacy. So it was one of those things, why do I need the added expense of doing all this other stuff if I'm not even going to be a pharmacist? As soon as he got that plea deal where he could practice pharmacy, he started going forward again. Because I'll say that he was very down at that point in time because he thought he'd never practice pharmacy again. He's going through a divorce. But once he got that ray of hope that, he would be able to practice pharmacy again, he said, what do I need to do? So.
I don't know why, I mean, You know, why should we just be staying? Just 5 years and, you know, all the standard stuff that comes with it.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I didn't know what standard was, but
It's a 5-year probation consent order and a 5-year contract with sport group years and probation consent order, but it's got community service. Other stuff won't be in, it's just kind of the standard. I don't know if there needs to be anything out of the ordinary.
And is there work requirements on, limitations on that?
So he would, right now, would be getting approval to work 20 hours a week, in the 20-hour week window with supervised work. And then after a month or a couple months of work, he would be able to ask the support to please progress along to increase to 32 and then later to full time.
So how long has it been since he's working with pharmacists?
When was the last time you actually worked in a pharmacy? 2 years?
It was the end of February of 2020.
All right, you're in.
Ben, can you hear me?
Yes.
What do you want? What do you think?
What do I want?
Yeah.
I would like to return to work as a pharmacist.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion,
Go ahead.
that we, allow him to, go back to work as a pharmacist no more than 20 hours a week with the 5-year standard contract that we put in place and, all of those with it.
I have a motion from Dr. Kraus. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Dr. Newsome. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
So Ben, I've got your email address, so I'll get this order. We got meetings the next 2 days, but I'll try to get it to you by at the latest by the first next week. But I'll get to you emails, it can be a little faster. You just need to sign it current, if we did go.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ben. And I didn't say congratulations to you, Jamie. So congratulations to you too, Jamie. The next one I've got is Lauren Willis.
Lauren Willis.
And I don't know exactly, I didn't have the information in my Dropbox or couldn't find it when she exactly signed her preliminary consent order. I think it was a while back, but she signed her contract with us on 12/8/2020. She went to Cornerstone for treatment for from 11/8/2020 to 12/8/2020. We got our therapist returned to work letter. You should have that on October the 1st, 2021. Since she joined the support group, she's had 24 tests, 21 are negative, 1 excused, 1 inactive, and 1 missed check-in. And some of those were surrounding her pregnancy and getting to the doctor and things such as that. But I was made aware of all those. Now the missed check-in was on her. So, but she tested right after that and she was negative. She's fully compliant with her contract. It took her a while to get to the support group, but when she got here, she has done the deal and has been she's been an asset and I've learned stuff from her when she shared. So I'll turn it over to Lauren and let her talk to y'all.
Thank you. I'm Lauren Willis, here to request reinstatement of my license to return to work as a pharmacist. As Turner said, I went to Cornerstone in November after our meeting last October, and have been in the support group since, like he said, December, and working toward getting back to work.
I just want to point out that I'm looking through the paperwork and the missed check-in was on June 2nd. And the next page is a letter from her therapy clinic that says she had a baby on June 1st. So the check-in was literally the day after she had a baby.
Yes. I was in the hospital.
I can imagine that would have been a challenging check-in.
Yes.
But you've been doing okay? Everything going well for you?
It's been an interesting year, but yes, everything is going well. When I arrived to Tennessee, I had a subchorionic hemorrhage. So I was on bed rest from the second week I was at Cornerstone until the end of January. So it was interesting. They kind of just toted me around in the golf cart. We made it work though. Cornerstone was great. And then had a boy on June 1st. Lots of changes.
So Dr. Willis's journey is a little bit different support group. You know, her initial issues with the board were a pharmacy that was having inventory and P&P issues. And we went through several evals and she kind of worked through, you know, what is a potential route to get back into practice. And I know the board members had asked her to basically go back and explore treatment. So that's what she ended up doing. So it was a little bit of a different meandering path of how it got started, how she's gotten here, but she's here today with advocacy support.
Well, so good job, Lauren.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
She's asking to convert to probationary consent order and return to practice. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have I believe a motion by Dr. Newsome and a second by Dr. Jolly.
That's correct.
All right. Any further discussion?
I just want to be sure you're talking about our standard 5-year.
Yes. Yes, thank you for clarifying. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Congratulations, Lauren.
Thank you.
And Turner, just for your records, she signed a surrender on March 28th, 2018.
Okay, wait a second. March 28th?
2018, it was a surrender until she appeared before the board.
Is there any way I can get a copy of that consent order emailed to me so I can put it in her file? Okay, thank you.
Turner tried to get that information for me on a Sunday. It was a Sunday when the VPN connection wouldn't work for me. So I got a ballpark for it, just as good as I could do.
Okay, those are the 3 people I had for advocacy. There's a couple of other members of the support group that are, I think, coming before the board and another case that I need to stick around to. So I'll just turn it over.
Okay. So I know we have, I know I saw John Boyce, we had him up on our list next. Board members, if you look in, it's actually specifically page 24 of your documents that you have on, I know the board has said that we're not revisiting old orders for modifications, but his order actually has a very specific clause in it at the very bottom under order number 2. He was giving an indefinite term of contract, but on his order, it also meant an indefinite term of probation and other criteria on the contract. But it said after responding successfully completed 10 years of probated suspension, he or she may petition the board for modification of the terms of this order. I tell you from the staff side, it's unusual that we have had someone on probation for 10 years. And I know that issue in and of itself is a stressor when looking at pharmacy work and employment. And then I don't know if Mr. Boyce had anything else to add, but he's here present for you guys to speak to him as well.
And just what are they asking? What's he asking?
That's up to him, but he literally was directed that if he wanted any modification of the order to come before the board, he had to wait 10 years, which has just happened. So
I guess we can turn it over to him and see what he wants to address. But Dr. Morris?
Yeah, my name is John Moix. I'm in the pharmacy support group. And I've been in there since 2010. I signed a probationary consent order in 2011. I think it was June. And at the informal, first they said 5 years, and then there was some objection, and then they agreed on a 10-year. When I got that contract, it said 10-year probation, and then I could ask for modification. And so no one seems to be able to understand what that means. But it's past the probationary time, and I was just asking to formally be released from that contract.
So is your request for complete release from the contract?
Right.
Can you bring everybody up to date on what happened? I think I was probably the only board member that was there 10 years ago. And these other board members are not aware of what exactly happened.
You want me to explain what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I had some deep issues that I just refused to deal with, and I tried to deal with it on my own. And so I used drugs from a pharmacy to numb that out, so I didn't have to think about that issue. And it all came to a head on February 25th, 2010. And I was, of course, I was using, and I got in the car and drove to Conway and had a wreck, and then left the scene. And my plan was at that time to commit suicide because I could not deal with what was going on inside my head all of my life. I just refused to do that. And so, I went to Palmetto. I went to Bridgeway for a while, and then Quapaw House, and then Palmetto. And Palmetto, Darren there brought. I confided in Big Frank there that I'm gay, and the next morning, Darren singled me out in front of everybody and wanted me to say that in front of everybody. And so, that I could not verbalize all my life, I verbalized there, and I thought I would be rejected and hated and judged by everybody. That was my biggest fear, and that I'd be all alone. And I came to find out that very, very few did that, and it was actually me that was judging, rejecting, and hating myself. So, that was a big awakening, and my drug use all centered around that issue. But going back to where I was arrested in Conway that day that I had that wreck, and so I went to jail for a day, and then I left to go to treatment. And I don't know what else I need to say about that. What more information do you need?
Okay. What have you been doing to fill in during this past 2 years?
What have I been doing?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. I'm deeply involved in the program, and I think it was about a year and a half. It was in the summer of 2012. That was when I kind of awakened and realized that I actually did care about myself, and I like myself, who I am, and that was not a thing to be judged. And anyway, it was a wonderful revelation to myself. But after that, I felt really healthy, and so I started to look outside myself to see who needed help. And I joined. I did some community service with Lucy's Place, and I had done some with other things, AA, before that. But this was a big awakening. I went to Lucy's Place. There's about 20 of us on a Saturday afternoon, and Penelope, that was running it, taught me a lot. That was the first place. I knew there was disparity in all kinds of people. And so I did the walk of privilege in there. And that was another big awakening for me. And because I knew there was a problem, I just didn't realize how big it was. So that really got me ignited to help people. And so my focus ended up being helping people on the street, because I love that, homeless people. And the alcoholism and the drug addiction, of course, on the street is very high. And I didn't see anybody trying to carry the message to them. And my heart was there for some reason. And I'm glad it was. I learned a lot from everybody. But I just did that for a long time. And then I mentored a young man over in Benton when I lived over there. And that was a good situation. For me, I mean, it taught me a lot. His mother was a meth addict, or is, I'm not sure if she still is, and his dad's an alcoholic. So his grandmother asked me to mentor him, and I did that. And I learned a lot from him too. You know, I get more from helping anybody I can than I give out. And it's interesting because before all this happened, all I could focus on was me because of that lie that, you know, I was telling myself and everybody else about my sexuality. And that was an awakening. The other one was my dad in 2012, on 8/8/2012. I went to the monthly meeting at for our support group, and that was on a Sunday. That Wednesday, I went to see my dad, and I had a huge resentment against him. I'm not sure why. I wasn't sure why at the time, but I visited for a little bit, and I had to leave because I was ready to get out of there. And he stopped me in the garage and started talking. And he pretty much told me his story, like we tell our story in AA and NA. And it was about what it was like for him raising us and the mistakes he made, and then what happened and what it's like now. It's just like that. And during that conversation, he talked for an hour and a half. I've never talked to my dad that long in my life. And that resentment left me in the middle of that. I felt it go. And after that, you know, it just turned my dad into my best friend. It's more of that than my dad. And I'm talking about this for a reason, but he was behind me all the way in this program. And so after that, every time I saw him, I hugged him when I left and told him I loved him. I never did that before. And I wanted him to know I loved him. It was important to me. And that I realized that resentment. I only realized this a couple of weeks ago that resentment was because I never knew him until that day. And that I'm thankful that I can listen and see others now, and see what I can do for others. But my dad died May 3rd. And I guess last year he said, I was over there visiting. He said, "I'm so proud of you for your life now and what you're doing." And I said, "You know, why? What do you to be proud about? This is what I should have been doing all along." And he said, "I know, but I'm glad." And I said, "I'm glad too." You know, it's just to be relieved of my biggest resentment was where it really ignited me in 2012. And so I love reaching out to people that are hurting, and they cross my path all the time. And I just pray that I'm aware enough to notice that. And I'm thankful today that, you know, this program exists, because it would help a lot of people more than just AA and NA people. But so that's what I've been doing. And I'm going to continue to do that because it gives me so much more than I ever wanted, you know.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Newsom, I think you left out one thing, and I'm sure you probably remember this is your experience before, but John, you had a previous support contract before.
Yeah, 94, 93.
So I think part of the reason why the board had put him on an indefinite lifetime contract was because he had that before, which I think had involved some diversion. I think some of it, that we had known about before. But anyway, what happened that precipitated this one, it involved some drug diversion for, I think, intent of self-harm. But it got really weird and John and I, we laughed about this together, the fact that his criminal charges were switched to marijuana charges for a misdemeanor, somehow the prosecutor or the judge or somebody, instead of other criminal drug charges. So on paper, it looked like it was marijuana, even though there was no marijuana involved, but that's between him and the courts. But I think the reason that the board had decided that previously was a potential relapse, secondary diversion after a previous contract. I think from the staff side, none of us had any problem with removing the probation. Anything about length of contract is completely up to the board.
But look like he's been through a big healing process. That's one of the main things that I look for, is positive change. And it seems like life is kind of taking its course, and just like the relationship with his father, being able to give and do for other people, you're doing that now. And what have you been doing for employment? Where have you been working?
What was that?
Where have you been working? What have you been doing?
Yeah, I went back to work for All Care in Arkadelphia. I worked there for, I guess, about 6 years. And then I went to Omnicare, CVS Omnicare. So I'm at CVS Omnicare now, the long-term care division in Little Rock.
John, do you remember what the drug shortage was back in the 90s?
Soma.
You remember how many it was?
How many?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. I don't know. Probably.
I think it was a few thousand.
Huh?
It was a few thousand. We're trying to find it as well.
I cannot even remember that.
Yeah, 3,200 is what our old records show.
Okay, yeah.
94, 92.
Was there a question?
They asked what year that was. We were telling them.
Oh, what? 93.
Yeah, 94 was, I think, when they started you with the sport. It happened in 93. And
yeah.
Then returned to work in 95.
Right, 94. Yeah.
He's here, he signed that contract in 2010 and it didn't have an end date. It was just indefinite until that there was number 2 of the order said he can appear, he petitioned the board for modification after 10 years, and it's been 10 years. So it's here, it's asking to be released.
And on his, he had, since it was a lifetime and indefinite contract, the board didn't limit his probation for only 5 years like they did on those. I mean, it's a weird one. I know. I mean, Dr. Newsom's seen them for a long time. So what we've discussed internally is like none of us have any reason for him to continue on probation. He's actually asking not just for release from probation, he's asking just to be released from the program completely, which that's a issue for you guys. Do you want him to stay on a lifetime contract? Do you want him to stay on a lifetime contract, but be released from where he doesn't have probationary status anymore, where he's still monitored, or what?
Because of what happened. And the amount of drugs that are there, my thoughts are to release him from the probation, but keep the contract in place, keep the lifetime contract in place, because we put that contract there for a reason.
What does the contract do exactly?
Support group contract, I mean, he'll still report, he'll still go to meetings, he'll still have to be drug tested, whatever their contract.
Yeah. So he still has monitoring oversight and needs a support group for compliance, where anybody asks us right now, it's like, I can legitimately say, all these people in support group, they are sober. Like, we know that they are, not on drugs or alcohol because of that. So it is a diversionary prevention tool, as well as insurance to make sure that they haven't relapsed in disease addiction, as far as excessive chemicals, at least, and that they are continuing to be involved in recovery.
And if it's probation, you won't have a restricted license.
The probation helps where his employer doesn't have to show that they have an employee on probation, or if he's looking for a job or anything else, it changes the status.
Is it that? And I'm good with the probation, but isn't it kind of a part of a successful program to get people out of there?
We do all the time. And I mean, to that point, he actually graduated from the program previously and then had a secondary issue. We've had, I'm trying to tell us, we've had a couple here as of recent that I think have finished in just the last few months, that we got notification that they had finished their contract and completed it correctly.
I don't know if that's no one to do. No. You know what else is that?
I mean, the choice is, do you still want him to be in support with monitor or not while he's working?
I think one thing at a time. I think, I mean, we all, and I think one thing, one probation, then we'll, you know, maybe.
Right, that sounds good, or just leave it there, leave that part in place, because of the amount of things that happen. I'd say, I heard all this.
She saw it in the 90s.
Yeah, so, it's not something you just wanna really just turn him loose and help, you know.
No, I mean, I think you're.
But you sure give us help.
Right, we can take that probation off of there.
Yeah.
That will give him freedom, but we still will have a hand on the shoulder, so to speak.
No, I don't have a problem.
Any other board members from Boomland? Thoughts or want to add anything that wasn't said?
Are you asking me that?
No, he's asking if any of the other board members have any. other
Oh, okay, okay.
I guess, what do we think John came and asked for? Both or one or either or?
So the discussion of the three board members here to my left, I'm not sure you guys can completely hear them, is it sounds to me like they are ready to release him from probation, but not from contract, which would help him where he's not in probationary status any longer.
I have mixed feelings about it because I feel like 10 years is a lifetime in and of itself. I don't feel really, really strongly that he should not be released from the contract. I can go either way on that one.
Yeah, we have plenty of people that are on those lifetime contracts because they have to be constantly monitored. Sometimes what they're all doing.
My contract, it just says 10 years in there for probation, but it doesn't say anything about lifetime anywhere in there.
John,
And,
it is indefinite. Shall be probated long term.
Okay.
It's as long as the license 7605 issued to respondent shall be suspended.
Yeah, it didn't say a time period at all. So I'm sorry, some of them say indefinite. This one just did not say a time period.
Because it says length of respondent's recovery contract will coincide with the term of this consent. So as long as there's a, so, I mean, he can be taken off probation. Still be monitored.
And how, and with off, and I don't know this, so, but once if the vote removes probation, what are his responsibilities after that?
It's a support work contract.
Yeah, Turner, what are his meeting requirements under his support contract now? 2 meetings a week and 8 a year?
It's 2 meetings a week and then 8, support big support group or regional support group meetings per year.
And then, and to contact in every day to see if it's his day to drug test.
Yes.
He'll drug test a dozen to 2 dozen times a year.
It depends. I don't really give out that number.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be consistently drug tested, but it's not
Yeah,
every.
it'll be a randomized, consistent drug test.
If it didn't have any date, has he been doing that until today?
Yes, he's been 100% compliant with the support group
Okay,
contract up
that
until
was
this
a
moment.
long time ago. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was going over his records. He's been 100% compliant.
Yeah, he's done well with it.
And we do have a lot, I wouldn't say a lot, but we do have people that are on lifetime. I mean, they don't really get off forever. They just stay on it.
It's as long as they practice as a pharmacist. The condition the board has put on them is if they want to practice as a pharmacist, they have to be on a contract with support group where they are monitored.
And the standard has been when somebody has two, like he was on before, and then had another incident, so it's kind of been standard the board, and since I've been here, it's kind of been, if that's somebody's second chance, then they get a lifetime contract. So that's just kind of been the standard, or the board standard since I've been here.
And we've had a couple people over the years that enter directly with a lifetime. We've had a couple that at one point the board kind of had if it was a second strike, it might try 10 year, but we've seen more go towards lifetime, I think, last year.
Well, I think it would be wise to take the one part off and then possibly revisit at another time the other if need be. I mean, it may be good for him and he may be happy to have it.
I agree with Debbie. I mean, I think remove the probationary period now, I think is a good idea. I also think it's a good idea to potentially revisit the other later future time.
Motion.
No, I was discussing it. I can make a motion. I make a motion that we remove this probation and continue the contract.
All right, I have a motion from Dr. Kraus to remove his probationary status but continue the support group contract, and a second from Dr. Mack. Any discussion? All in favor?
Second, Dr. Newsom.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Dr. Newsom seconded or Dr. Mack seconded?
I had Dr. Newsom here.
They both might have. I don't know.
Yeah, we both, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we both do.
So let's take that vote again. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
We can get him a letter.
I'll get him an order and I'll just, we'll get him an order signed and just states if it's
removed from probation.
And I'll just do it on page with order to get to. Next, we have, Mr. Quinn is here with Jenna Ellis. She's also a support group member. Well, she actually lives in Virginia. She was, entered a probation consent order back in 2011 and moved to Virginia and has lived there ever since. So her and Mr. Quinn are here via Zoom. There was some, she is asking to be removed from her contract on, she was issued, I'm sorry, it was, I'm looking at the first page of the order, pharmacist license issued correspondence to be suspended for 10 years. There was, she has not actively worked, I believe, for several years. There is not anything in her contract, I guess, back, I'm sorry, not contract, but the consent order. Back when this consent order was written, I guess we weren't putting in there that they have to actively work. Those are all contracts now. that the contract, and that the probation and contract time stops if they're not actively working. And so that is not in her contract. And so she is here asking to, that, I guess wants clarification, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Quinn in just a minute. But it's, wanting clarification on if her contract is over in, these 10 years, which would be up, I believe, in a couple of weeks. Also, Mr. James is here from the support group, and I believe he has some additional information to add to. But first, I'll turn it over to Mr. Quinn, and he can kind of get into, why they're here and, what they're asking for. And Darren is going to be over there.
Yes, I'm here today on behalf of Jana Ellis, and she has been under a 10-year contract with the board. Her particular contract did not have any work requirement in that, although she has worked during those 10 years. But her contract started February the 11th of 2011, I believe, and she started drug testing and has done so since that time. In those 10 years, I believe she's completed 264 urine drug screens with success. So this started back in September of 2009, just for a little history. Started in September 2009 to September 2010. She was diverting controlled substances, and that was brought to the attention of the board, and she dealt with that. She also dealt with the DEA. And in October 13th, 2010, she signed the agreed order, which basically told her to do the regular things. It didn't have a work requirement in there, but told her to, get treatment and then sign up with a support group, which she did. She went to Bradford for 3 months, I believe, in between October 2010 and the time when she signed the Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group contract in February of 2011. Later on, there was a consent order because she had advocacy that she could return to work, and she did return to work, I believe, in September the 11th, 2011, and she can comment on that. So from basically 10 years from the date she returned to work, even if you don't go by the date of the contract was signed in February of 2011, in September of 2011, she was returned to work, and she worked successfully. She is married to a military spouse, and so he got transferred to Virginia, and therefore she got transferred. And she went to Virginia and then went through the support group and the requirements to get her, basically not her monitoring, but to approve that transfer to Virginia, where she now is. And that was around the time of COVID, and she had a child during that time. And so she's a stay-at-home mom since she's been in Virginia. She's raising 5 kids, and she's homeschooling those children. And her spouse is in the military, and so that's where she is. She hasn't been working since she's in Virginia, but she has still been testing and doing the other requirements of the contract. And so her time expired. The 10 years would have expired September of this year. And so she's here today, and I'll let her explain herself and what she's done and how grateful she is for the support group. But she's here today to ask to be formally, recognized that her contract has ended instead of just taking upon herself to say it's ended. She would like recognition that it has ended. And so, Jana, I'll let you tell the board kind of your journey.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jana, and like Darren said, I've been in the support group since 2011. I have 10 years and 11 months clean and sober from all mind-altering substances. Some of the dates I think Darren had off on when I went back to work and all that. I did go back to work in September 2011. I worked for 6 years. I worked for Fred's Pharmacy as a floater, and then started working for All Care. And then we find out that Brian is being stationed here We just live right outside of DC, in near Alexandria, Virginia. So whenever I found out we were moving here, I contacted the Virginia board. I told them everything and sent them all the paperwork, my orders from the board there, and they decided that they wanted me to follow Arkansas. As long as I was compliant with Arkansas, I was compliant with them. So anyway, that was in 2018 that my license was approved for Virginia. And not too long after that, I find out that I am pregnant with my 5th child. And so I didn't look for employment and didn't plan on finding employment since I was going to have 2 under the age of 3. Yeah, 2 under the age of 3. And so wasn't going to look for employment right away. Well, then I think Elizabeth was about almost 1 when the pandemic started. And during the pandemic, I homeschooled. I had all my children here. Homeschooled my kids from March 2020 until September of this year. And as far as my recovery goes, the support group absolutely saved my life. I mean, absolutely. I needed that strict routine, that all of the things that are required for us in the beginning were absolutely necessary for me. And I will never forget, what Kim's not here anymore, but him pushing me to go to treatment. I mean, that was the best thing that ever happened to me, because now I'm able to be a clear mind, clear eyes, full heart mama. Never knew that would be what God called me to do, but here I am. I am active in AA here in Virginia. My sponsor's on the meeting right now. I attend more than the meetings I'm supposed to attend. I love AA. It not only helps me stay sober, but has given me a life that I could never imagine, just by giving me tools on how to live life. I didn't know before, because just the way I was raised and the things I was around, I never knew how to cope without something from outside of me. But what AA teaches me, it has taught me, and all of the people in the support group, people that are in recovery, what we're missing when we're using those drugs is a spiritual connection to, I call that spiritual connection God. But that's the hole that we're trying to fill. And AA teaches you how to get in connection with that. And also, having a sponsor that helps guide you through. Robin became my sponsor when I moved here. Before that, I had a sponsor in Arkansas. But we have a moms group, an AA moms group, where we can bring our kids. It's really just an awesome group. I'm so grateful for. So let's see. I want to go into some of the things that Turner, I don't know if you guys want me to talk about this yet, but Turner had put some things on a report that he sent to you guys about a time change incident. And I was just going to tell you what happened during that time. So the night before I was about to miss that check-in, my youngest daughter, she got choked and stopped breathing, and we had to call the ambulance. And it was a big ordeal. I mean, the whole neighborhood was out here. I couldn't get her to breathe. And so the ambulance came. Thank God we live on base, Fort Belvoir. So we have very, very local ambulance service, and they came and Anyway, long story short, I spent the whole night in the hospital. So it got me all messed up. And anybody that's been on this checking in knows that you have a routine. And if something gets messed up, you may miss a check-in. And that's what happened. I realized it before the end of the day. It was at 8:30. And I changed the time to be able to see if I had to test. And the only reason that I knew that you could change the time was because I live in a different time zone, and I realized that I hadn't even been on the right time zone the whole time I've been here. But afterwards, I saw that I didn't test. I called my monitor immediately, and I was like, I didn't even think it would let me try to hit check-in, but it did. And so now I'm checking in after 6 p.m. I need to know what to do. And I told her, I'm gonna email Turner, and that's what I did. And then as far as the second thing that he brought up about me being disgruntled about asking for a vacation, before you're supposed to ask a month ahead of time. And I put in my request in Affinity, it was a month ahead, but when I requested it, it was, I think 3 weeks or so. And the only reason I asked is my monitor was like, you might as well ask. The worst they can say is no. And so I thought, well, okay, that's true. So I asked, and I was met with, I guess I'm a little sensitive. I know that I am a little sensitive. I was met with some pushback, and I guess I felt belittled. And the way I was talked to it is rough, and so I started crying, and there was a little bit of crying going on, and I felt that I wish that I'd never asked, but they did approve my vacation anyway. And I'm not really sure what that was a whole ordeal with that. So they did approve my vacation. I think Turner said that he wouldn't approve it. I don't know if I remember that right, but the committee did approve it. Oh, and also the time change thing. I did take that before the committee, and we had long discussion about that. So I know I'm missing some. I feel like I've talked for a very long time though. So if you guys want to ask me questions, I'm here for any questions.
Dr. Mitchell, if it's okay with you, before the board asks questions, can I get Mr. James to kind of put his input and kind of talk about how she's done the support group and maybe address the issues she brought up?
Yes.
Yeah, Janet's been very compliant with the UAs and everything associated with her contract. As my duty as executive secretary of the pharmacy support group, it is my duty to bring each and everything to the board of pharmacy when something comes up like this. When Jana was notified that I'd brought this up by her lawyer, the first person she called was me. And was very sensitive about it, telling me, things like, how could you report that? Well, I reported it because it was wrong. Okay. You don't manipulate the system to check in. Okay. You just don't do it. She emailed me. Yes. You can see the email chain. I told her to do what she thought was right. Her just calling or telling someone that she missed a check-in would have been the right thing to do. And you just recheck go retest the next day. Sort of got blown out of proportion, but manipulating the time, sort of a big thing. But I appreciate that she told me that, because I've rectified that in the system now where that cannot happen again. And then on the vacation thing, yes, you're supposed to ask a month in advance. Jana didn't ask a month in advance, okay? But it did get approved. Now, what did I tell Jana? And you can ask Jana this. I said, Jana, would you rather have the board know each and everything about what happened in your contract all the little things that might have happened and get off your contract or be on your contract, but everything's out in the open and not worry about it. And Jana, I think you told me yes, didn't you?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's why I reported it, because it's something of value, I think. Manipulating the system like that, just to check in, is it a big thing? Some people might say it is. I mean, some people on the executive or on the support group said it was. Some people think, well, you report to your monitor. That's cool. But it's something to report, and we got past that. Yes, Jana is very passionate, okay? Very passionate. She's a very passionate person, and I've accepted many passionate phone calls about this stuff. But we've always come to an agreement most of the time. I'm usually at the first of the phone call, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm the most liked person by Jana, but by the end, we come to our terms and we're in agreement, because I think she takes this stuff seriously. I do, or she wouldn't be that passionate, but I'm also a big advocate in sobriety is that, hey, we've got to be an open book. Okay. We've got to be 100% honest, let everything out there and go about it and keep our head held high with no secrets. And that's what I did. And that's what Jana did. So, it's in the board's court now. So.
Just one response that I think Jana wanted to make clear is that when this incident happened with her child, she missed the check-in. So it was past the time, but she was in a different time zone. This is not an excuse. This is why she did it. She was trying to find a way to check in, which she did, and she checked in, and she wasn't chosen to test that day, but she voluntarily tested immediately the next day, and she did report it to her monitor, and she did report it to the executive committee, self-reported, and the executive committee did air all this out from my understanding of how things work, and it was not seen as something to report to the board at that time. I understand what Turner's saying is that he wants to let everybody have all the information, and so does Jana. So, all that's appropriate, but that's the context of how that happened.
Yeah, and as executive secretary, I've got to let people know, Mr. O'Quinn, about this sort of stuff. And you could ask anybody on the support group that's in the support group, if you have a medical emergency or something going on with the child or anything, I've been very receptive and open to excusing you from any test. It just takes a phone call or a text, and I got neither until after the manipulation had occurred. So.
And I think you said at the time in an email that she did the right thing, the next best right thing.
No, that's not what I said.
What'd you say?
I said, Janet, thank you for letting me know. I always say, do the next right thing and everything will be okay. And since this was a loophole, do you think you should self-report today? That is for you to answer, not me.
Correct.
Darren, I know you mentioned earlier it was with the DEA and diversion, it wasn't diversion, it was forgery in this specific case. So it is a little bit different, which I think is why the board had originally done the extended period. It was prescription forgeries at a pharmacy she wasn't working at under a prescriber's name. So it was a little bit weird, and that is outlined in her order that's before the board, that findings back.
And I think we got a little bit deep into maybe, anyway, what they're here asking is the contract. She has not worked in how years. And her contract does not state what the ones that are signed out do. Yeah. The ones that are signed out state you must have active practice during the complete time of probation and contract. Her contract does not state that. So she is wanting release from her contract based on the fact that she has completed 10 years, regardless of having worked or not. So that's the main That's the main issue.
And generally, we get a letter of release that a contract has been completed from the support group, and it's just done with us. But, you know, with a couple of these specific issues, we brought this before the board for discussion. Because if that's an issue potentially for discussion, Turner can't really just say, hey, she's completed if we have this issue hanging. So it's in front of you guys.
And let me reiterate, can I reiterate? She has been 100% compliant with her testing. She's never had a positive test. She's had over 200, I think 80 tests to be exact. You know, she's meeting compliant, everything else. You know, so I wanted to make sure that I had said that.
I believe Dr. Jolly,
So at the time our contract was put into place 10 years ago, there was no expectation. The standard then was not 10 years of practice, it was just a 10-year.
Well, it was, I would have to go back and look at orders. Most orders had that in there. There was a time when the board would you know, expressly say verbally, but we did not record those informal meetings back then to go back and listen to. I mean, Dr. Newsom has served on informals and on the board for a little bit longer than I've been here, but I think that it was understood, but it is not technically in the order, and therefore what we would say is we cannot hold that standard if it's not in that order.
from a legal standpoint, there's no proof.
Yeah.
I mean, if they told her, but I mean, nothing was recorded, it's not on paper.
So, I'm just thinking out loud, which usually gets me in a lot of trouble, but, she hasn't been working for 4 years in the pharmacy, right? And how do you know how you handle those triggers? Now, you know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with releasing her from this contract, especially because she's not working, but if she does go back to work, I think we have to have something in place that gives us some type of monitoring assurance. I don't know. I don't love to hear other people.
So see, Dr. Matt, she's got her hand up.
Well, I just have a question. If, so let's just say if it were 10 years ago in the old days, and typically, we don't know exactly what happened back then, but typically would they have an ending date and then they would come back to see us and get released, or did it just end and it went away?
Just ends and, yeah, I mean, it just ends. I mean, we got notification within the last month or two, we've got notification from the support group, 2 or 3 people. They have been compliant and their order and contract have expired. And we get notice and that's the end of it. This one was just different. There was the issue of the non-working, and there was also you know, there was a couple of non-compliance issues. Like I said, this was a weird one because, you know, she hadn't worked full time, but didn't say she had to, so it was just kind of, even though pretty much every contract I've ever seen has that in it, this one did, whatever.
I mean, it's a credit that she did all that stuff and wasn't working at the pharmacy. To me.
But she did everything but work. I mean,
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first is directly for Jana. Do you plan to go back to work at some point?
As of right now, no. Elizabeth, we're waiting to see if she has either hearing loss or autism because she's not progressing like she should. So we're twice a week in OT, twice a week in speech therapy. It's not feasible for me right now. Childcare is so hard to find here on base. There's a long waiting list and it costs so much. And to have someone take her to those appointments, it's really not right now. We won't find out like exactly what's wrong with her until her hearing appointments next month with the audiologist. But the specialist, the pediatric, oh, what do they call them? Developmental pediatrician is like booked a year out. So I can't get any kind of official, diagnosis, which it doesn't matter. She's still going to treatment, the OT and the speech therapy twice a week each. But I do want to work as a pharmacist again. I'm not, if you're talking about the right now, no. Maybe in a couple years, like when we figure out how, what's going on with her. But as of right now, I can't. And I don't want to, because I want to be here for my kids right now. And we've just made it where, my husband's military. It's not like we have a whole lot, but we just make it work because this is the best for our family. Like, I can't get these times back with my kids when they're little like this. I can't. It's priceless,
And then my second question is really, I think, directed toward, I think I saw, is it Robin? Are you Jana's sponsor? I thought I saw you wave when she said that. Yeah. I'm just sitting here thinking that pharmacy work is really, really stressful, but I would rather be in a pharmacy, in the most stressful pharmacy in the world, than homeschooling 5 children during a pandemic. So I would like to hear from you, like, how did Jana do during that? Because I would have been a hot mess.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so speaking as also a mother and also a woman in recovery and Jana's sponsor, I homeschooled 2 children through the pandemic, and that was absolutely the most stressful year that I've had. She did it with 5 children of all different ages. Mine were both in 2nd grade, and she just took it one step at a time. Just one step at a time, made sure all the kids' needs were met. And in doing that, she still managed to keep her recovery first. And it's, when you guys have alluded to her being a little sensitive, a little passionate. She is quite passionate, but she's quite passionate about her recovery. Since I have had the privilege to sponsor Jana, she has told me so much about the check-ins and her passion for just doing this right. And I think that anytime that she, might have ever gone even a little bit like, I don't know if I've done this the right thing, she has always come to me and gone to the powers that be to be honest about that and have full disclosure. And it's just commendable. But she handled it, beautifully as any of us. There were conversations, stressful conversations. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. What do you think? And we walked through those together. But she attended meetings. She worked with me, and her kids flourish. I've met all of her kids. I've seen her in action with all 5 of her kids, and they are lovely.
Dr. Mack?
Well, I don't really see why we would penalize her for not working when her contract didn't say she had to work. She did go through the 10 years. She's done all the testing. There was a couple of possible opportunities there that seemed to be worked out. If it had said it ended in 10 years and you had to work and she did it, we would let her off more than likely, since nothing, she hadn't relapsed or anything. But so I'm just not sure, since it didn't even say it.
Dr. Richmond?
Just a couple comments. One, you look at the contract, she's fulfilled the contract that she was given. You can't go back and rewrite it or reinterpret it 10 years later. She's worked through it. If we were to make an analogy to prescription dispensing, if we went through 10 years and all we did was we made a couple of little errors, if you will, but no major dispensing errors. In other words, she's been compliant in what she was expected to do. Turner has said that himself. But for these couple of small things, if this is all we have to talk about, we're making a bit of a mountain out of a molehill. I don't know what Virginia law is, but if Jana were to go back and practice under Arkansas law, because she's been out for more than 2 years, she would have to go back supervised anyway. She'd have to make up her CE and she'd have to be supervised as a pharmacist. Am I incorrect in that?
That would only apply if she was not licensed. Somebody coming back here and being.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
That would only apply if she is, if she had inactivity on her license. So if she let her license expire or lapse, or if she'd have been out of practice for any other reason and come back, then yes. But there are pharmacists now that have active licenses that aren't working. I mean, you can't, it's that, that inactivity applies to time when you are not licensed.
In Arkansas.
In Arkansas, yeah, I can't vouch for other state. I have no idea what Virginia does. But in Arkansas, the inactivity time applies to non-licensure.
I probably knew it one time because I took the Virginia MPJE, but I've slept since then.
I know we get some, I mean, we hear from, you know, especially when we do a CE audit, I mean, we'll hear from pharmacists who say, well, I haven't worked in so many years. Well, you still got to get the CE. So, yeah, I mean, that, inactive licensure applies to, like I said, I'm going to an inactive license.
Okay.
And that's because she's still
gonna-
required to continue her CE and that sort of thing, even though she's not working.
Yes, as long as you have a license, you have to keep up your CE and whatever other requirements there are.
Well, I was wrong in the lead-in thought there, but I'll tie it to what I think Lynn had suggested a while ago is just release her from this contract. It's been fulfilled. But then it would not be unreasonable to place some limited restrictions that just observe her, see how she handles going back to work and do that for a defined period of time and then move on.
Yeah, but how are we gonna monitor her without a contract?
Well,
That's the thing.
let's say she'd have to notify us if she goes back to work. She would have to notify us before she went back to work.
In Arkansas.
Well, if she's looking in Arkansas license.
Yeah, well, if she lives in Virginia. If she wants to go to work in Virginia, like our board members can't interpret Virginia law or really give her advice on that. She needs to call Virginia board. If she moved back to Arkansas and wanted to go to work, she just has to let us know where she's working in a pharmacy. It's not seeking approval from us. If she was in the support group, still we would say you need to get approval for the work site because we don't want a support group person going in a place that already has issues. But it would just be notifying us that she is working somewhere in a program. So,
And so then would we do any kind of monitoring?
I don't know.
I don't know that we could.
She's been doing it for 10 years.
Yes,
Well,
well, she's
I
been
mean-
under contract for 10 years. The contract, generally, we would have the support group say she has successfully completed contract, there's no issues or anything else. Because there was a potential issue that, I mean, I don't think Jana wants, I don't think the Turner wants, I don't think we would want to just release her and then someone go, oh, by the way, Dr. Krause, you know that Jana cheated the system such that Jana's trying to be forthright about this, everybody is. If that hadn't have happened, we would have signed off on this as staff with working with Turner. But because of a potential hiccup, and I think, Rodney may have hit the nail on the head, we brought it to the board to let the board make a final informed decision instead of someone else that, I got enough people that don't like me. If they do that on me, boy, they try to character assassinate me. And it's just better to be ahead of it and forthright than for someone else to say, well, you made that decision, you didn't know such and such.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's not the only pharmacist not working right now. I mean, a lot of people took time off during COVID for health reasons, for whatever, to homeschool their kids. I mean, and as long as they're licensed, I mean, they can always go back to work when they want. I been no restriction. I mean, a lot of people have taken off for various reasons, but there's been no restriction on that as long as they keep up their license.
So the reason it's before the board today is because of the change in the time zone issue.
Really, the missing, they didn't really know how to handle the fact that she hasn't worked, but it didn't, because all of the contracts say you have to. And if that was, if she'd been working all this time, this probably wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Yeah, if she would have been working this whole time, I would have signed off on already. I'm just going by precedent that's been gone before Jana on this, because what I understood was they were required to work during their contract period. Once they stopped working, their contract stopped, and it would restart once they started working again.
I mean, the thing about changing the time zone, that was a violation that was just brought up because we're here.
Yeah, that was simply me telling one thing that she didn't, that she did against her contract. That's not why we're here. I don't think.
I would agree with her. I don't think that's the issue. It's due, I mean, it's her contract. Yes.
Well, hang on, I think I have a question for Janet. Janet, do you have a problem being under a contract? Do you have a problem being under a contract?
As far as the contract that I signed, I feel like I fulfilled all the obligations of my contract. I don't know if I'm hearing, I don't know. I can't really hear Lenora the best.
Asking, do you have a problem being under a contract?
You mean signing a brand new contract? I feel like that I've completed my obligations of the 10-year contract that I signed in 2011.
Okay, ask if she's ready to fly solo then.
Are you ready to fly solo?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Kraus has his hand up.
I'd like to make a motion that this lady has fulfilled her contract for
Show that it's completed.
show that it's completed, yeah.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
What was the motion?
That she has completed her contract.
And that's it. Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Kraus and a second from Dr. Richmond. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Hold on, I think,
Oh,
Dr. Richmond has something on his mind. Can you go ahead and elaborate on that, please?
Well, it was basically going to arrive at the same place because I guess what I was working toward a while ago, thought-wise, was the Virginia board was working off of our recommendation, and even though she's not in Arkansas now, that they were considering our recommendation. Thus, the thought about, if she would go back, that she be supervised for a period of time. But if that's purely at their discretion and we have no control over that, then I don't see any reason to continue, just let her out of her contract that she's already fulfilled, which is kind of where we are now with that motion.
and I saw Dr. Mack's hand up, if she had something to add.
I think that was before, but I think because she fulfilled her requirement that, and we don't see any huge red flags, we should do exactly what our first and second said.
any other discussion? Okay, I have a motion from Dr. Kraus and a second from Dr. Richmond that her contract be deemed fulfilled. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
We appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Jana.
I hope you're still painting too.
I don't have much time to paint, but I I have this canvas that someone gave me right here in my workroom, the homeschool room, and I'm hoping that I get a few hours to throw some paint on that, but just not lately, not since number 5 arrived. Thank you all.
I know people are gonna take a quick break, we're running about an hour behind us, we can take about a 5-minute break, I know we've got people.
Thanks, guys.
Waiting in, Turner, if you'll stick around, congratulations on the school. Go just sit in front of the computer. Yeah, go just sit in front of those so we can, so everybody on Zoom can see you, please.
Sure.
A couple of board members and we'll get started.
How much time do you have to put on to this?
Well, we've run over for about an hour, so I'm just having, I mean, I'm not going.
The latest we've ever run over was like 11:38 at night.
Wow.
15-hour hearing.
He's talking about me because I decided to go to that meeting.
That's the longest ever.
That's the longest ever, yeah. The longest story, I'll tell you about.
Here I am, like 5 hours.
Oh, no.
11:30.
Darren O'Flynn was representing somebody on it, and his wife Melanie and my wife Melanie were like, "Are you really at a meeting?" And we're like, "I mean, it wasn't on video or anything." It's like, we're gonna have a vouch for like.
Yeah, if you'll hit the video on both of you. You'll hit the video over here. You know, you need a light like the top of the catwalk. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Was that still there?
Yeah.
We're still at work, what was it?
Yes, I really answered your question. I don't know. That's kind of short.
No, we got time.
Got something to take the time. All right, let's see if we have everybody back. See if we don't couple.
Looking for Miss Ford.
There she is.
Well, he's on, I couldn't find him. Every time I start to look for somebody pop up and then move.
There he is. Okay, we'll get started back. This is Amy Johnson. You've got a packet in your documents there. Just a quick rundown. She was here back for, back in on August 10th. Just a quick refresher. This is where the police and the fire department and the public pharmacy, there were some issues about whether she had held something at the pharmacy or the house. There were also some issues that were brought up about maybe there were some mental health issues in question. She had gone to, prior to that hearing, she had gone to a one-day evaluation at Palmetto. That is included in here. The board states, and I'm looking at the finding of facts, which were included in your packet, the finding of facts from August. The board opinion all the charges. It said opinion evaluation and concur with the board. So under the order, it says pending the charges in this case, order responded to receive a multi-day evaluation of the facility that is approved by the board. After evaluation is received, she was set to appear before the board. Ruling on the charges was made at that time. The board expected to hear date once the evaluation has been received. We received the evaluation back a few weeks ago. It is also included, it is the one that has 9/8. She was there from 9/1 of this year to 9/2 this year. And looking at the last page, it is the third page of the evaluation where it says their recommendations are signed 5-year monitoring contract with Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. It also says above that, we do not believe that Amy needs treatment for substance use disorder, but we agree with her licensing organization. She is in no condition to practice pharmacy at this time or any other professional skill, and if she is delusional. So they're stating based on that, they want her to be, the recommendation from Palmetto is that she be monitored by the support group. She avoid, you can read 1 to 5 right there, avoid excessive contact with those chemicals. They recommend at least monthly serial mental status examinations by a qualified psychiatrist or psychologist approved by the state board of pharmacy. These evaluations should determine when and if her delusion is resolved, she returns to normal mental status. Under 4, Amy's not ready to practice pharmacy with skill and safety until her mental status is clear, delusions have resolved, and she has gained the confidence of her pharmacy. So that's kind of why we're here today, to talk about this evaluation. She is here again represented by Mr. Mosby, who represented her in the hearing on August 10th. So I will, so like I said, that's the evaluation. The charges were pending. based on this evaluation and what it is. And Taylor was like I said, I mean, the whole evaluation's there, but that's just what the recommendations were. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Mosley and to whatever y'all have that you want to present.
Okay, so our real concern on this is that a drug rehab facilities may not be the right place for Ms. Johnson to go. She has no substance abuse issues. Signing a 5-year monitoring contract for somebody who has no history of drug abuse whatsoever, that's kind of, she got plunked into that because that's the way they operate. And then we, just really question the diagnosis of delusions. Maybe if this wasn't a drug rehabilitation institute, then you would see a different evaluation. But, when we looked at what happened at the facility and what the providers said, there was it's kind of, I don't know what to put it, this divorce from reality to say that she has delusions, which, a delusion is going to be, I'd write this down from DSM-5, but a fixed belief is not able to change in light of conflicting evidence. Having a belief that is wrong is not a delusion, it's an inability to recognize the belief that could be wrong. We've heard Ms. Johnson testify. She says, I don't know more than anything. She doesn't have a fixed belief that anything has happened. Dr. Weiss uses that term that she has a fixed belief on certain things. She doesn't. She's open to any interpretation anybody provide her. If you look through the things, you can find where she's told that to the providers. Dr. Weiss is the only one of the providers that use that term of fixed belief. All the others like, yeah, she said it might be COVID. She said it might be poisoning. She said it might be, what was the other thing? Yeah. So I mean, she's open to many things. There's some toxin out there that is bothering her. So I think that was the other one. So she doesn't have a fixed belief. And I guess like some of his beliefs that he had that he said were delusions, were that she believed she was poisoned by cheese dip. Would you like to address what are your feelings when you're poisoned by cheese dip?
It's very unlikely. I just know that I had some symptoms, and when I Googled it, the 2 symptoms came up. The first thing that came up was poisoning. That's the first time that it ever came up at all. I did not go to the doctor. I did not call the police. I did not do anything. I called poison control the next morning because I was concerned about it. But I didn't even seek treatment or help or anything. I just had my throat felt like it was swelling, and my mouth felt like it was burning. It was just something that happened. I've had some mouth issues since that hasn't been able to be explained. But I mean, I never accused anybody of poison as far as with that. When I got sick, I was just kind of like, what is all this going on?
The other delusions he referred to was that she believed the soda can was poisoned. This is the soda can was in the car that actually exploded. I don't know if there's ever any question that she thought was poisoned, and you believe the soda can was poisoned?
I never stated one time that it was poison. I called the police that day because I walked out from work to find my car unlocked, and this can that was what I thought at the time cut open, peeled 3/4 back because there was soda poured in my the drink holders, but there was no soda all over the car. So my car was unlocked, and then there was this weird can in my car. I had no idea. I'd never seen a car, a can like that before explode. There was not soda all over my car. I thought somebody had gotten in my car and was doing something. Never accused anybody of poisoning the can.
He says she thinks she was poisoned by arsenic. You can be poisoned by arsenic.
The night that the doctor called me at 7:30 the night that I was waiting on the cops to come for the car can incident. It alarmed me first that the doctor called that late in the day. Never have I had any doctor ever call me about the arsenic. I was very concerned that the level came back high because I didn't there was no reason why I couldn't explain why I was in there. I wasn't an arsenic expert. I never kept saying that I was poisoned by arsenic. I just explained why I thought I was poisoned by arsenic. I was sick. I was trying to figure out why I was sick. I was continuing to get worse. The doctor calls me and tells me that a lab report came back that I had high arsenic. I didn't sit there and Google and research arsenic to try to figure out if that was within levels to poison me or not. After learning about arsenic, no, I don't think so. But I just know that I was sick, trying to figure out what was going on. Once I got away from up there, I've gotten better.
And this is the most interesting one to me. She thinks, what Dr. Wise states, that she thinks she was poisoned by gas in her house and her pharmacy.
I don't know if I was poisoned by gas. I know that I was having smells. That's what I kept telling everybody, that I was having smells. I have called my landlord and asked him, did he have the apartment sprayed by insecticide? I'm waiting to hear back from that to see if I'm sensitive to chemicals or something like that. I don't know. I just know during that time period that I was sick and I was continuing to get sick, and I was just trying to figure out any avenue of what was causing me to be sick. It was something that smelled. It was an irritant that caused me some trouble. I mean, I don't know.
So what is interesting to me on this one is that you say she believes that being exposed to poisonous gas in her apartment or pharmacy, even though inspection and clearance by fire and police department has that suit for gas detector. So, you know, it's a delusion because she's got this proof that nothing was there. But then the Palmetto's diagnosis that she was poisoned in her apartment. It's the same situation. You know, they're saying that she possibly inhaled something in her residence. I can't combine those two. If it's possible for them to come to that conclusion, it shouldn't be conclusion for her to have the same conclusion based on her symptoms. And the gas meter the firemen use, what firemen use, they're checking for carbon dioxide, oxygen, and flammables. It's not going to detect poisons, but that's kind of beside the point. But it's not. She looked at her symptoms and came up with a similar idea that, hey, maybe she was poisoned. So that's our main thing, is that, you know, none of the other prescribers she went to claimed that she was having mental issues. She went to 6 providers during this episode. Nobody referred her to any psychiatric institute. The other providers there, none of them say that she has delusions. They're saying that she has other ideas. Dr. Waits states on his second page, she believes her symptoms may be due to being poisoned, due to contracting COVID-19, or due to someone trying to harm her. She, you know, she's open. She doesn't know what's going on. I think she's like most people. We don't know what's going on. She's open to new ideas. Dr. McCormick, same thing. There's nothing in there where he talks about delusions. Looking back, she is still unsure what is going on. She currently feels better. You know, doesn't have any thoughts of being poisoned. There's nothing in there that he states or Dr. Waite state about delusions. Dr. Weiss is the one who talks about delusions. So I guess that's you know, this is a drug treatment facility. Wisconsin tried to look into going to other drug treatment facilities. Nobody would see her. They deal with substance abuse. That's their expertise. I'm not sure that this was the right place for her. You know, she went back for the extended comprehensive visit based on the recommendation. She looked into doing inpatient because there was some talk about that. That's simply not available at Palmetto. So she did a 2-day comprehensive. She met with Dr. Wade on that day, and to me it was interesting to hear that interchange. You know, hear Dr. Weiss's interpretation of what was said during that meeting compared to what was actually said. So if we've got some time, I'd like y'all to be able to hear that, compare that to what Dr. Weiss is saying was said in the meeting. Yeah, so I'm going to read Dr. Weiss's statement about what happened in the meeting.
I'm sorry, but who is this doctor that you're going to read from?
He is the.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
So, Dr. Mack, if you look at the scanned document that you have, the overall eval is on, you've got starts page, it looks like page 71 through page 74. It looks like we have a black and white copy, and on page 74. Dr. Weiss is the one who, the staff psychiatrist. Dr. Weiss is either triple or quadruple certified, and it's in alcohol, substance abuse, drug abuse, and I think he also had psychiatry and maybe like toxicology or something at one point. We had 3 or 4 when we had him here for Drug Summit.
And he has the 5 things that she should do that he recommends.
That was the end of the eval, and I think, Dr. Mosby, I think you may be misunderstanding. You said that they've asked her to be in a 5-year contract with support group.
I think that was monitoring, drug monitoring. Is that correct?
That is, they're not asking her to be in the support group. They didn't suggest that. They're saying it's monitoring by the board of pharmacy just to ensure there was not an issue with other psychoactive drugs. So they actually did not, in this instance, they said that they did not believe she needed drug treatment and that she did not need necessarily be in the support group, but should have some monitoring to ensure there aren't drug issues.
Right.
With
So
the pharmacy.
There's no drug use, but so.
Yeah, just to ensure that's ongoing.
So I'm empathetic where you're going here, but what do you think is the right, what are you asking? What do you think is the right?
To be evaluated by somebody somewhere that is not a drug treatment facility. That's so special. Dr. Diner worked for the medical.
Yeah, he's a drug specialist, but he's a psychiatrist. Okay. But I mean, I can tell you for me personally, watching the work that Diner's done, Turner probably has some opinion of that. I mean, I'm surprised Dr. Diner, I'm surprised you'd say Dr. Diner, given most of his work with medical board is, from my experience, about drug use. But Turner, thoughts on Dr. Diner doing an eval?
It's be sort of biased because I know Dr. Donner really well and things, but I mean, he's mainly focused on addiction and things such as that, like Dr. Kirtley said.
If you saw a Dr. Diner eval for someone coming to support group, to you, it's more than likely a legitimate eval.
Yeah, it would be a legitimate eval.
I would agree with that from my experience.
There's Dr. House and all that. Looks like somebody local to be nice.
What's Dr. House's first name?
I mean, what kind of eval are you wanting to get?
Yeah.
Is it Samuel House?
I'll have to check.
What kind of eval?
Just a minimum. I mean, that's the whole idea. Is she the leader right now? I question that because she's not. It's not matching up. She doesn't have a fixed belief. So
I know Dr. House, who they are referring to. Dr. House is a psychiatrist. He used to be at the Arkansas State Hospital.
Yeah.
When I was at the prosecutor's office, he's performed numerous psychiatric evaluations on defendants that I had in court. He's testified in court for me. I would have no issue, just in my knowledge of Dr. House and working with him and having him testify for me in court. I would have no issue with a Dr. House thing.
I would feel the same way. And part of this is different. I just want to point out, Weiss has already ruled out that it's a drug addicted disease problem. So we've had people before that say, well, I just want to pick my own treatment. It's like, look, we have to rule out a drug issues with the people that we rely on for that. But, their point three is they are recommending at least monthly or serial mental evaluations managed by a qualified psychiatrist or psychologist. I think psychiatrist would probably be preferable. And I think part of what I would expect is that we have to find a psychiatrist that might meet those criteria. So I think you've got two choices right there, of people that you could work with to help bring further evidence to the board of she is stable, this is not a safety risk for, her working with public.
We would just ask that we'd be allowed to furnish them the documents, police reports and all those other documents, so they'll have a whole, instead of just thinking about it. But yeah, like I said, if Dr. Kirkland or Dr. Diner, Mr. James, no issue. I certainly have no issue with, just in my experience with Dr. House, I certainly have no issue.
Well, I think, in support of Dr. House, evidently is where we're at this point. I think that he needs to correspond, CC, keep Turner in the loop as to what's going on. Excuse me. Excuse me. But, and I agree, I think that's the right way to go.
Why would Turner be in the loop, I guess?
Well, in case, I don't know what this gentleman's gonna find out or not find out.
In Turner's role is?
Well, he's over our support group, and I think that maybe there's no role that he would.
Well, even if Turner isn't involved directly in that, we would rely on Turner to help us read whatever. I'm not a psychiatrist, so there are going to be times I'm not a psychologist, and with Turner's professional training, I'm going to ask him, what does this mean to you? Put this down to pharmacist terms for me, or for non-psychiatrist terms for me. But it's one of those things where, what all these people seem to be kind of pointing at is there's some sort of, inhalant or like poisoning from aerosol or something like that, whether it's organophosphates or, we've dealt with issues like this where people decide that there's going to be, dusting, inhaling canned air or paint or something else, because you don't find that in drug tests. But it does really mess with your mind, and a psychiatrist, would, especially House or Diner, would have seen that same kind of damage, whether it is intentional damage or, non-intentional issues.
Yeah, and I know Dr. House was also, he did a lot of forensic evaluations, and he was also on the treatment side at the state hospital.
Yeah.
He testified for me when we got work, like I said here. So he's been there, he's done a lot of evaluations, and he's also done a lot of treatment. So if they're requesting what I believe is a simple ask is, to have her evaluated by somebody, by a psychiatrist. And we have what I think we consider two good options. So we would just ask the board to just say, yes, you can use one of these two options, and that's what they're.
We'd like that. We'd also like to not have a 5-year contract. We'd like to have this independent or, somebody who's not related to a treatment facility make that suggestion. There's no.
And I think that would be
I think that would be a point of discussion.
after discussion first.
Right.
Yeah, that would not be instituted today. We would wait until whatever.
His recommendations.
Yeah, because I think you said earlier that Dr. Wise concluded this wasn't a substance use issue. So I guess my concern, we can't take parts of this and say, we like this, and parts of it and say we don't agree.
Right.
The whole thing.
Well, but they're basically asking to bring more information from a different view before you guys can even make a final decision.
And I see Dr. Matt should be playing for him, so we get to talk in here, forget everybody.
Because to me, if the other doctor doesn't come back and contradict and say this doctor's wrong, number 4 says Amy is not ready to practice pharmacy with skill and safety until her mental status has cleared. We can't let her practice pharmacy with that report from a doctor saying she should not practice pharmacy. So unless she's cured and gets to this next psychiatrist and he fully believes she's recovered. I mean, we've got this on record that she is not ready to practice.
The one thing I have a question about is that the original, or at least the latest consent order said that she needed to get a multi-day evaluation. Is this evaluation that we're talking about now that's not connected to a drug and alcohol treatment facility, is that going to be like a multi-day inpatient evaluation, or is that going to be like a 30-minute sit on the couch session?
She's done the multi-day inpatient evaluation with one of our core centers that the board asked her to do previously. That eval has 5 things that they have suggested. What I think that Dr. Mosby and Dr. Johnson are asking for at this point is that on number 3 is going to another, like a qualified psychiatrist to basically reevaluate what exactly is going on and to further, opine on the position as to what they think, not from a drug treatment aspect, but from a psychiatrist's point of view.
My guess is this will be an outpatient evaluation or a series of outpatient appointments. I mean, to my knowledge, they wouldn't have, I'm not sure where Dr. House works now, I know about Dr.
Diner.
Dr. House used to work at the state hospital, he doesn't anymore. So my guess is this will be either one outpatient evaluation or a series of outpatient evaluations, but they will have information from the board along with meeting with her and powerful along that doctor side.
Yeah, but is Dr. Donner even practicing it anymore?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he's taking new patients.
Will the psychiatrist that we approve, will they have all this information about all these various things that have occurred with her?
I would hope they would request it. We have the file that we'll be glad to provide it, we can make that up. We would hope.
Well, I think they have to see all of this, because what if, maybe she is doing great right now, but they need to know what all happened that led up to this.
If they don't see it and it comes back before you guys, I'm sure the first question is going to be, did they see everything? And if the answer is no, I don't know that's going to be a good conversation. No.
Mm-mm.
No.
The thing is if it's substance abuse, you can say, okay, don't do that anymore. We'll monitor it. You don't do that anymore. In this situation, we're looking for assurances. We're looking for something that says this won't happen again. And so we're kind of uncharted waters.
Or we're looking for a doctor to say she's safe to practice.
Yeah.
I think what I'm looking for is an evaluation of current state and ability to be in practice, and then some guidance for what maybe the monitoring should be looking forward to make sure it's not going.
Well, and then she maybe can sense the triggers and keep something from that happening again. So, yeah, I would like for that Dr. House or whoever it is to, at least furnish us with a report or be available for questions.
I'm just under the opinion if they don't know all of this stuff that she went through, I don't know how they could tell us what she's doing today makes her in good shape.
Let's start somewhere.
I think their question is if their request for one of these couple of polls would work as a next step. Is that correct, Rob?
Well, it'd be nice if we could start over and say, hey, let's get a fresh eval, but I understand that we need to start somewhere, find somebody, and there needs to be somebody that, their specialty isn't drug rehab.
I think either one of the two that they've named, you've heard Luke has experience with one, I have experience with the other. I think either one of those would work fine for, validity for the board to consider. So Dr. Mitchell, I think it's up to the board if y'all agree with us or not. Oh,
Could we postpone the monitoring, road monitoring program?
Well,
The program, not the monitoring.
Yeah, she's not practicing right now. I would not ask for that until the board makes a final decision about like return to practice and under what criteria.
So you have our recommendation, postpone everything.
Yes.
In that evaluation pending
More information.
So pending everything in that Palmetto evaluation.
And say it doesn't work out that process, we sort of wait to get in touch with you to say, hey, we want to try it.
Yeah, just if something didn't work out with Dr. House, you've got my contact information, get in contact with me, and John and Brenda, and the board of occasion, if we find somebody that we think is
great,
then we'll just go forward.
If you come with somebody and like, we have no way to understand what their practice is or anything else, it's a tougher ask. Because I mean, we've used, Dr. Weiss has long been an expert with us and the work we've done, just like Diner has been with medical. So some of them are easy, some of them aren't.
And I'm familiar with quite a few of the psychiatrists that have ever done forensic work. I was a doctor's office for several years. So there's quite a few that I'm actually familiar with. So if you come up with
We'll try our best to do it.
So yeah, so I guess what we're asking is the board to just approve a new evaluation by a psychiatrist, either Dr. House or another psychiatrist that's approved by board staff. Everything with Palmetto evaluation just ending that new evaluation.
Is it a new evaluation or an additional?
Additional evaluation.
Yeah, it's
Which may not supersede the other evaluation. I don't think we should say just because somebody else says something different that we are gonna disregard the other one, because we have the other one.
Yeah, that's the other thing though. Yeah, I mean, for me, and I guess everybody on the board will be different, but for me, that evaluation is based upon substance abuse. And if she has substance abuse, or if there is substance abuse, then I think it's more applicable than if it's not. It's like saying, well, I'm gonna treat you for a cold, I got a broke leg.
Yeah, but he's also a psychiatrist.
Yeah, he was an Air Force psychiatrist for like 30 years and was actually a combat pilot. Part of his role with Air Force was actually assessing readiness and ability to fly. So like his expertise, although
This is
he's.
who now? Dr. Weiss.
Yeah, so yeah, if you're talking about, it may have been at a drug treatment center, but his expertise is far beyond drug treatment, which is why I think he said she needs help with another psychiatrist. Like he's stepping away, the way I read this, like it's not for her to be treated here, that's not our treatment focus. So
yeah, I'm interpreting this evaluation to be more comprehensive than just substance.
Yes.
But I think the request is, since this is an addiction concentrated facility, that they're requesting a supplemental or an additional evaluation.
Which he's basically kind of saying as well.
Well, and I think to somebody's earlier point, if you've got a substance abuse problem, you go for a 3-day evaluation. What do you do in this situation? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 3
It's
sessions?
just what it
One
is.
session?
These psychiatrists aren't going to do a 30-minute. I mean, if you're having to prepare stuff for court or anything else, those aren't just 30 minutes, yeah, so it's a break, which is the reason why we've always tried to vet, where we get this from, because we've had people pick their own and they go literally, and you ask them, how long were you there? Like, oh, I took a test for 30 minutes and talked to him for 10. Like, that's not any bad.
But so I think the more this guy, whoever you go see in this situation, to visit with you,
And the more he can tell the board, the better.
yeah.
I mean, a two-paragraph report is not
Not
gonna
gonna
be
be 30 in an hour session, it's not gonna look good, say 5 sessions, it's an hour long. And I'm just pulling that out of there.
Like I said, I mean, that's up to him, yeah, it's his practice, but
Yeah.
the more information, the better.
I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand. The evaluation from Palmetto was multi-day.
Yes,
It wasn't just a one day.
Right. There was one.
And he didn't say she doesn't have this, I can't treat her. He said, do this, 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 and this. So I think if he really thought he wasn't the right doctor. And I'm not saying she needs to go back, but if he was, he could have just said, I can't treat her because she absolutely doesn't have a substance abuse and I don't know how to treat her. He didn't say that. He suggested she be under monitoring, go to a psychiatrist monthly, do XYZ. So, I mean, this would be like John had said, step number 3, the next step in it to find out what does the next individual think and what can they do for her to help Amy. And then we have both pieces to look at.
Does somebody want to put that in the form of a motion?
So the motion will be to grant additional.
Grant their approval for a psychiatrist evaluation by either Dr. House or one approved.
Or someone approved by boards.
And just pin whatever, I mean, just pin the palmetto evaluation until the addition was received, and then the board will have more information.
Yeah, I think that's, I'm good with that. So moved. That's
Do I have a second?
Second, Lynn.
So I have a motion by Dr. Jolly and a second by Dr. Kraus. Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
No, sorry. I've said aye, my mute just came off slowly.
So there were no nay votes.
Correct. The motion carries.
That helps. Like I said, if Dr. House can't, or if y'all decide you want to use somebody else, just let me know. And if you want, whoever you talk to, if you just want to give them my contact information, I'll be glad to send them whatever they need to look at.
Okay.
And I'll reach out later, see if that's right. Mr. Butler, you ready?
Sure.
Sorry, we're a little behind today. Like I said, okay. I know y'all been waiting a while. Y'all just y'all just, I need to go. I didn't see them. And we are here, we have, Dr. Butler, and I'm sorry for their business, but yeah, I know we met before. Yes. Dr. Bugle, they're here for a, off-site order entry request for, Mr. Butler's got several pharmacies and network there, so I'll just turn it over to you, and y'all can kind of go through what you want. We'll go from there.
All right. Really, we're just looking to be able to do off-site order entry, which is kind of what we were doing because of COVID, with the COVID billing. But now that we're running into shortages of technicians, just employment issues, we really feel that, we have staff in some stores and we may have COVID outage or Walgreens steals attack or whatever it may be. We're losing people and gaining people every day. But in order to make sure that we can keep up the quality that we expect, we'd like to be able to utilize that software to the full extent of what it has. I know that currently our software system is designed to be able to do off-site order entry. It would be done only from a existing pharmacy. So we have 7 locations now. So I may have plenty of staff in one of those locations or 5 of those locations, but 2 of them may only have a clerk and a pharmacist. And so they can actually fill those prescriptions paperwork wise, computer wise, but actually the counting, pouring, and verification occur in the store. So.
And his policy and procedures are in your document.
Yeah, we
that I
sent
sent you, so everybody should have a copy of that.
Billing's all done at the home store. The processing through, like, if I go to this store and these people over here are gonna process it, it's still being billed.
No, it's still being billed at that price. Yeah, it's still being billed in the individual facility it's supposed to be. It's just the fact that our systems are tied in. They all share the same backfield. So same patients, they can be searched everywhere. And you have to go in and actually designate it to let you see other people's, other stores' data. And so if someone's behind or we're able to help out when someone's snowed under, that would be a real benefit in order to keep our workloads running and not have days that we just can't be open or can't service.
So you've got the ability to filter allocation or toggle.
You can. Yes, sir.
I believe Dr. Mack has a question.
So are you saying that store A in Arkansas may not have any, they took the prescription in, but they may not have any techs, for example, that day. And then store B that is also in Arkansas could help them do some of the remote work. And then it goes back to store A and they actually fill it and let it go. What would store B do? Just order entry or?
Well, I mean, if it was, say, store A was shorthanded, store B would actually do the data entry, any of the adjudication exceptions, anything that would be related to a problem with insurance. And then store A would then subsequently put the pills in the bottle, label the bottle, pharmacist would verify that, and then it would be processed to the clerk to sell.
Okay, but they're all in Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, out of state stores at all.
Okay.
We only between Arkansas stores, that's we've seen.
Right.
Walgreens, Walmart, and I know we've had, I think, a couple of incidents that have done it as well.
So this sounds, I'm sorry. Did you have anything else, Dr. Meyer?
No, well, John, is this very similar to other things that we've approved? It sounds to me on the surface.
Yes. I mean, I think the board basically suggested this to Dr. Butler. Like, you do realize there's also for injury that in a situation like here, you could actually use this, much like, some of the chains that have done previously.
Yeah, I believe there was some discussion, when he was in earlier about there having some issues with one pharmacy not being able to fill something because of what, I can't remember the issue. So this was kind of a recommendation, like, hey, if you get a request in for this, problem solved. So, yeah.
In Arkansas, does he have to post a sign or let the patient know that part of the work was done elsewhere, or does that matter in Arkansas? Some states make you do that.
That's only on the central field.
Okay.
What we require is the system has to delineate that we can tell what step was done by what employee, and I verified.
Right.
That is. Okay.
Yeah, it timestamps person and timestamps location and
Location. Okay.
More with workload balancing.
Right.
Any other questions or discussion?
Got it.
Dr. Fahey here.
No. So I just had one question. It was unclear to me if the tech student order entry at the first one, at what point is the DUR to be done at which store?
DUR takes place at verification of the.
So they're not just verifying what's in the bottle, they're gonna go in and look at the profile.
Yeah, verification doesn't happen until after product dispense.
For final verification, I mean, his system will still delineate. Techs can only do tech duties. Pharmacists can only do pharmacist duties. So just because it's off-site doesn't mean the tech gets the DUR override ability.
Yeah, when we enter a new employee, you have to tell them what category they are, and then that hard locks them into that realm, and they can't get outside.
But your documentation would show if a tech at store B did the work, you'll know that that tech did, not only the pharmacist, the technician as well.
Right. So any step you go back and look at, you can see what steps occurred where and I do believe this. I think this is identical that Harps has the same system we have. Yeah. So and they're using it. It's McKesson, yes, Enterprise.
I mean, staff has no issue.
What is the will of the board?
I'd like to, make a motion that we approve, Butler Pharmacy, having outside order entry.
I'll second.
All right. Thank you all. I have a motion from Dr. Newsome and a second from Dr. Mack. Do we have any further discussion? Dr. Butler, did you have a question?
I did. If we add stores, I want to make sure that any additional stores that meet the criteria in the state of Arkansas would qualify for the same product.
Well, so in the past, the board has asked for like an appearance at informal, can we add this to the plan? But I mean,
if they're in stores and they're all connected and there's no difference between what it is now.
all in Arkansas.
I don't know that I have, yeah, of course, it all has to be Arkansas.
Yeah, if you guys want to pre-approve.
I mean, if it's his ownership, I don't have an issue.
That's fine with me.
Oh, okay, I was gonna hear that discussion.
Oh,
That's what I have an issue.
so can we append that to the motion?
Yeah, that
Sure.
can be added to.
And I'm just gonna put on here, and other stores under the same ownership as needed.
Thank you.
That work for your purpose.
Perfect. Yeah, that takes care. Yes.
Dr. Mack, do you still second the amended motion?
What, was it amended to let any store do it under?
Any store under his ownership, under the same ownership?
Right now, he has 7 stores, and he was just wanting to say, like, if I open another one, or if I buy another one. So it was just gonna be amended to add in other stores under the same ownership as needed.
So I would still second it. I mean, in the past, I think we've asked them to let Luke know that, and so we could make sure, but
Yeah, I mean, they would notify us just so we could add it, but yeah, but instead of them having to come back, like I said, I mean, he owns several stores, and so, I mean, if he wants to open another one, just he didn't have to come back for pretty much the same, yeah, I mean, he would have to notify us.
I'm sorry, I was saying append it like APP, not necessarily amend the motion, because I can't amend your motions.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
I'll get you a letter to see that's been right.
I appreciate it.
Or you want to wait for.
You have a good day.
We got one more thing on the agenda, Dr. Cook. You still there? I know you've been waiting a while.
He's on.
Yeah, there we go. We kind of have Dr. Cook from UMS. You have anybody else with you? Yes, you.
I have myself, I have 2 students and a resident.
Okay, perfect. This is you do have a, board members do have a UAMS packet, and again, this is an off-site order entry. So I'll just turn it over to Dr. Cook, if you just want to give the board a rundown on what you're requesting today.
Okay, really appreciate the time. It sounds like from the last case, it's somewhat similar to this. At UAMS proper, we have enough pharmacists to cover second verification on a chemotherapy or a hazardous drug. But when we open North Little Rock, an infusion center with 1 pharmacist only, no technicians working there today, we're trying to make sure that we parallel the policies that we have in place at UAMS at that location. But we did find one anomaly in the fact that with 1 pharmacist, that pharmacist would be expected to do the second verification for chemotherapy or hazardous drug on their own. And that doesn't really give the same type of safety and security to that pharmacist that they would get if there are multiple pharmacists at the same location that could check each other. So what we're asking in this circumstance is to allow the same EMR, just a different location, North Little Rock to UAMS, same ownership, it's still UAMS, to have that second verification done by a pharmacist that's physically present at UAMS instead of having the 1 pharmacist do both checks.
And just for the board members, Kevin, Inspector Kevin Robinson has reviewed this as our hospital expert and has no problems, no issue with it.
Okay, there'll be a better safety issue. So, I'll go ahead and issue a motion to approve this.
Second.
So they would just remotely, Dr. Cook, they would just remotely review the order, sign off of it in some kind of fashion that we would have documentation that they both did it?
Absolutely. Just as we do on our main campus, there would be two different individuals that would access the EMR, perform a function that can be traced, so we know which person did that function.
I believe I have a motion from Dr. Newsome and a second that I think was from Dr. Kraus.
It was, yes.
As just a technicality, I see that Dr. Jolly was actually present in this P&T committee meeting where this was brought up. Does he need to abstain or does it matter?
I voluntarily.
Yeah, he's already recused. I'm sorry, I didn't announce that, but yeah.
Okay.
He has recused from voting against it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd simply say not only do we vote to permit this, but we encourage it. I think it's, it adds quality to the system.
Yeah.
I do too, and I just wonder, I mean, we're not saying you have to or you don't have to. What do you do when you get busier there and you have two pharmacists? You just wouldn't utilize this option or maybe you're not gonna have two pharmacists there.
For right now, no, we don't have two pharmacists there. So the only other alternative would be to have that one person do a second check. Clear your mind, go at it again, but you know how it works. If you see an error one time and you skip by it, chances are you're gonna skip by it the next time. So
Oh, I think this is an excellent idea. I just wondered what you'd do in the future.
All right, hearing no other discussion, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Dr. Cook, I'll get you a letter just so you have something to write with.
thanks, sir.
That is all we have agenda wise. I know we have some time for discussion, and we'll also have some time tomorrow afternoon for discussion here. So,
I'm saving for tomorrow. I got proposed rules that I need to do just a couple of final things, and I will push them out to you guys in case there's any feedback. Seeking approval to start filing the process with the Department of Health, and then hopefully Governor and everything going on from there. But I can do that later.
and I mean, we've got time tomorrow for that. And if y'all look at we've already got February dates. So if y'all would just be sure, what dates are they using in June, John? Second week?
Second Tuesday of June.
Second Tuesday and Wednesday of June. So y'all look at your schedules, just overnight and just see if anybody has a conflict with that. I know, Ms. Ford, is it the second week that you usually have a conflict? And, we'll look at that. I mean, and if we need to move it, I don't know this having an issue, we moved it before. So, but yeah, you know, just look at the schedules for that. And like I said, the dates in February are already set. So we have those dates. We've also got an informal coming up in a few weeks in November.
When's that? Yeah.
8 and 9.
8.
On Monday and Tuesday, yeah.
I mean, it's the 8, middle of those
What
days.
did you just say?
I'm looking at, he asked what the date was for the next informal, which is in November. It is on the 8th and 9th. So we'll need 4 people at least. And then, yeah, so I don't have anything else with John does. Dr. Mitchell, you got anything else for today or any other board members? If not, we're on. We got hearings set tomorrow, morning and afternoon. We'll have time for discussions. We've also got hearings set Thursday morning. And depending on how long they go, I mean, may go into the afternoon, it may not. So that being said, we don't have things scheduled for Thursday afternoon, but we have one that if it goes, we take a little bit of time. But set for 9 both mornings. So Dr. Mitchell, I'll turn it back over to you.
I don't have anything unless another board member does. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Anyone opposed? All in favor, log off Zoom.
Aye.
Y'all tomorrow.
See everybody in the morning. Like I said, set for 9 both days. Thank you.